First, the new reader should not be put off by the 18th century convention of capitalizing nouns. Instead, look at how Pope loves to use balance as a stylistic device. In the first two lines, for example, we see dire offense and mighty contests balanced against amorous causes and trivial things at the same time that we see dire offense paired with amorous causes and mighty contests paired with trivial things. Schematically, the pairing looks like this: offense, causes; contests, things. This balance is not only stylistically neat, but it also contributes to the themes of the poem, for it emphasizes that the dire offense that led to the mighty contests sprang from amorous causes, which are, in truth, trivial things. Pope uses such rhetoric over and over in this poem, and part of the pleasure in reading the poem lies in appreciating the ways in which Pope treats language and ideas within the constraints of his verse form. And again, I urge the reader to read sentences, not lines, and to read the poem aloud. Another part of the pleasure, of course, lies in understanding what Pope has to say about his characters, the situation in which they find themselves, and the society that produced them, all of which are subject to Pope's satire. On a first reading, it might appear that the poem is hopelessly sexist, that it targets women and makes them look foolish and empty-headed. I will try to demonstrate that this reading is so incomplete that it is really mistaken, but at the same time there can be no doubt that women are the targets of much of the poem's satire. For instance, early in the poem we are told by Ariel, the chief of the sylphs, that the sylphs are simply the spirits of women who have died. Think not, when woman's transient breath is fled, that all her vanities at once are dead. I 51-52. According to Ariel, women are composed largely of vanities, and when they die, the vanities live on in sylphs. Surely this description is not flattering, but Pope goes even further when Ariel explains that the sylphs are responsible for guarding the honor of young women, thereby associating honor and vanity. And then Pope takes this point even further when Ariel says 100. With varying vanities, from every part they shift the moving toy shop of their heart, where wigs with sword knots strive, bows banish bows, and coaches drive. This erring mortal's levity may call bleeing to truth. The sylphs contrive it all. I 99-104. The moving toy shop of their heart implies that the young ladies whose honor is guarded by sylphs are hardly serious creatures, and especially not in matters of love. The lines about wigs, sword knots, bows, and coaches, while imitated from Homer, show the kinds of things that fill young society ladies' toy shop hearts, not heroes and great deeds but young dandies whose swords are covered with decorations and are unfit for fighting. Of course, Pope is not saying that men should be like the Homeric heroes, but he is saying that if the women's hearts are toy shops, the men who fill them are toys. These people who occupy the upper echelons of society, both the men and the women, are shallow and hardly deserving of their status. If the dire offense rose from trivial things, the people involved in the episode are equally trivial. The problem is that they can also be charming. These characters are not simply villains whose villainy is held up to ridicule. They are perfect products of their society who have adopted, without questioning, the attitudes and behaviors of that society. So, when we see our heroine Belinda awaken after Ariel's speech, the first thing she does is go to her dressing table, which, in epic fashion, is presented as an altar, with Belinda as both the goddess and the priestess who worships the goddess. In other words, she worships herself. Furthermore, her dressing recalls the scene in the Iliad, when Hera is presented arming herself in her finery in order to seduce Zeus. Like Hera, Belinda is preparing herself for battle. Now awful beauty puts on all its arms. I-139, but the enemy she wants to conquer is the male sex, and her weapons are puffs, powders, patches, Bibles, billet doux. I-138. Lest we think, however, that only women are satirized in this way, we can look at the beginning of Canto 2 for a description of the Baron's religion. 101. For this, ere Phoebus rose, he had implored propitious heaven, and every power aided but chiefly love to love an altar built of 12 vast French romances, neatly gilt. There lay 3 garters, half a pair of gloves, and all the trophies of his former loves. 235-40. Belinda's altar is covered with women's weapons, and the Baron's, constructed of cheap love stories, is covered with trophies of his past romantic conquests. Clearly this couple were made for each other, or they are destined for an incredible battle, or both. But there is a serious level to all this foolishness as well. Belinda, to whom honor, by which we are to understand her reputation for chastity, is the highest good, does everything in her power to make herself seductive, though she is required to fight off anyone whom she seduces. Sort of self-defeating, isn't it? At the same time, the Baron, under the pretense of love, is himself bent on seduction. They are both operating within accepted societal boundaries. As the poem says, for when success a lover's toil attends, few ask, if fraud or force attained his ends. 233-34. Those social boundaries, then, encourage them to adopt hypocritical roles. The emphasis on success means that any method of achieving that success is fair. Consequently, she must pretend that she wants to be seduced, though she does not. We assume, and he must pretend that he does not want to seduce her, though he most certainly does. Much of the poem, then, revolves around the subjects of honor, chastity, and hypocrisy, and Pope has some interesting things to say on those subjects. In fact, the poem approaches them on at least 3 levels. The first level is the literal story of a trivial event that is blown out of proportion. The second level describes the societal approach to dealing with honor and chastity, an approach that promotes hypocrisy and a kind of double standard for both sexes. And the third level exploits what is really at stake in questions of honor and chastity. In dealing with the first level, we can see Pope's feelings about the shallowness of the people he is describing reflected everywhere in the poem, but it shows most clearly at 102. The beginning of Canto 3, where he describes the activities of his characters at Hampton Court. Hither the heroes and the nymphs resort, to taste awhile the pleasures of a court. In various talk, instructive hours they passed. Who gave the ball, or paid the visit last? One speaks the glory of the British Queen, and one describes a charming Indian screen. A third interprets motions, looks, and eyes. At every word a reputation dies. Meanwhile declining from the noon of day, the sun obliquely shoots his burning ray. The hungry judges soon the sentence sign, and wretches hang that jurymen may dine. 3:10-22. With lines like these, it is no wonder that Pope was regarded as a dangerous, stinging writer. From the sarcastic labeling of these fops and flirts as heroes and nymphs to his description of their character, assassinating gossip, he is obviously critical of these unproductive but self-important people. Later he will give the names of some of the heroes, names like Sir Plume, Sir Fopling, and Dapper Wit, names that further indicate their vapidity. We can also see in this passage a technique that Pope uses. Throughout the poem, he frequently pairs items, one serious and one trivial, to indicate how this society trivializes everything. They give equal attention to politics, the glory of the British Queen, an interior decorating, a charming Indian screen. But if these people are shallow and obsessed with trivia, what difference does it make? Is anyone being hurt? The answer, Pope says, is yes. Not only do reputations die, but because judges are more concerned with their comfort than with justice, people die. The judges are quick to sign death warrants so that they can more quickly get to dinner. In a society that glorifies the transformation of substance into trivia, trivia rules. Dinner becomes more important than justice, or than human life. This society, notable for its conspicuous consumption while people starve, is hardly as charming as it thinks it is. It is, in fact, dangerous. The second level of the poem, that dealing with the societal appeal to honor and chastity, we have already touched on by considering the altars of Belinda and the Baron, but there are numerous other references in the poem to the hypocrisy that society imposes on its unthinking members. For instance, we read that before the 103 game of Umber, Belinda swells her breast with conquests yet to come. 3.28. Since the game is presented as the equivalent of an epic battle, Belinda's guess, tour is perfectly appropriate, but in the context of the war between the sexes, that gesture could just as well be seen as provocative. Belinda, in gearing herself up for the card game battle, flaunts her sexuality. In fact, Belinda's sexuality is a constant focus of the poem, as it is a constant focus of her own attention. When Ariel tells the other spirits about his premonition that something terrible is about to happen, he lists several possibilities. Whether the nymph shall break Diana's law, or some frail china jar receive a flaw, or stain her honor, or her new brocade forget her prayers, or Mississippi a masquerade. To 105 to 108. Here again, Pope gives us some significant pairings. One set of alternatives: breaking Diana's law, that is, losing one's virginity, or breaking a piece of china, offers a telling comment on the inherent value of Belinda's virginity. Virginity is not to be preserved for its spiritual value or out of a sense of purity. It is, rather, a commodity, like some frail china jar which, when once broken, cannot be repaired and therefore loses its financial value. And, like the china jar, it is frail. As Ariel says, Belinda's petticoat must be guarded, because oft have we known that sevenfold fence to fail. 2.119. In plainer words, the petticoat is there to protect the frail treasure of her virginity, but even such daunting fortresses as 18th-century petticoats often are ineffective in protecting what lies beneath. Similarly, there is no difference between Belinda's staining her honor or her new brocade. To outsiders like Pope and like the readers he envisioned for his poem, there may be a big difference, but not to the society represented in the poem, for whom honor, like virginity, is an important and valuable commodity. This commodification of virginity has always been part of the double standard that required virginity in a woman but not in a man, and Belinda, like other young women, knows that she must keep her virginity or her reputation for virginity in order to marry well. But it is difficult for a woman to preserve either in a society where gossip is a full-time occupation and where men are encouraged to make conquests, where 104. When success a lover's toil attends, few ask, if fraud or force attained his ends. 233-34. The result is the repression of true feelings on both sides and behavior that is necessarily hypocritical. Everything becomes a matter of show, as reality and truth give way to deception. Perhaps the most revealing lines in the whole poem come at the end of Canto 4, when Belinda cries out in frustration, "Oh, hadst thou, cruel, been content to seize hairs less in sight, or any hairs but these." For 175-76. As early readers of the poem, including Arabella Fermor, realized, Pope is again making a covert sexual reference. What Belinda is really saying here is that she would have preferred it had the Baron made an even more intimate assault upon her, as long as his doing so could be hidden from society. She may regret the loss of the lock of hair, but even more she regrets the public nature of his action. And, she implies, she would not have objected so strenuously to a more sexual assault if it had been discreetly done, so that once again we are made aware of the nature of virginity in this society. Whether Belinda has it or not, she must seem to have it. This recognition brings us to the poem's third level, in which we see that what is at stake is neither honor nor chastity but the reputation for honor and chastity, and that a good deal of societal hypocrisy concerns sexual matters. Even the poem's title contributes to this theme. One meaning of rape is the seizure of something that is not one's own, and the baron does indeed seize the lock of hair, but rape also means forcible sex, and a lock is an often used symbol of the female genitalia. Anyone who doubts that should take a look at the scene in Alice in Wonderland, where Alice encounters a problem involving locks and keys. Furthermore, locks protect treasures, and, as we have seen, Belinda's virginity, or her reputation for virginity, is her treasure. The real subject of the poem, then, is sex, how it is treated in this society, how it forms the foundation for actions and relationships, and how the society tries to pretend that it does not. In this sense, hypocrisy or no, the baron's assault on the lock is a kind of rape, as Pope constantly plays on the sexual meanings of events. For example, we saw in Ariel's speech the equation of Belinda's virginity and a frail china jar. Later, after the baron cuts the lock, we hear Belinda's screams. 105. Not louder shrieks to pitying heaven are cast, when husbands or when lapdogs breathe their last, or when rich china vessels, fall and from high, in glittering dust and painted fragments lie. 157-60. Lapdogs are equivalent to husbands, both equally mourned by society ladies, and china vessels are equivalent to virginity. Thus, the baron's actions, given that he lives in this society and has agreed to play by its rules, are equivalent to rape. Elsewhere, Pope is even more emphatic about the sexual foundation of both the incident and the poem. When one of the spirits, Umtale, visits the cave of spleen, he sees maids turned bottles, call aloud for corks, 4.54, and when Jove, in imitation of a scene from the Iliad, weighs the men's wits against the ladies' hair, the doubtful beam long nods from side to side. At length the wits mount up, the hairs subside. v. 72-74. And finally, Pope tells us that the baron sought no more than on his foe to die, v. 78. Which seems innocent enough unless we know that to die meant to achieve a sexual climax. These double entendres and sexual references provide a sexual undercurrent to the poem, just as there is a sexual undercurrent to the actual incident that the poem commemorates. The incident, Pope is telling us, was trivial and was blown out of proportion, but on another level, a level not recognized by the participants, the incident was indeed important. It not only revealed truths about the society in which Pope lived and about the individuals in that society, but about human relationships. Specifically about human sexual relationships. The way Pope makes this point is brilliant, for he does so with wit and humor and even delicacy. The satire is so finely done that we can see Pope's point, laugh at the folly he reveals, and not feel that we or the poem's characters have been bludgeoned. Nor, at the end, do we feel that the poem is hopelessly sexist? Of course, women are satirized in the poem, but so are men. Belinda may be vain, but so is the Baron. Belinda may treasure her virginity for its economic value, but it is the men who have given it that value and who attack it. And we can never forget that, regardless of all other considerations, the Baron's assault on the lock is absolutely wrong, nor can we 106. Possibly think that Pope's portraits of Sir Plume, Sir Fopling, or Dapper Wit are meant to be flattering to those gentlemen. On the other hand, one of the strangest and funniest sections of the poem clearly does satirize upper-class women like Belinda. This section is Umtdale's visit to the cave of spleen in Canto 4. Once again Pope is borrowing from epic conventions, relying on Odysseus' visit to the underworld in the Odyssey, Aeneas' similar visit in the Aeneid, and the scenes in the house of Morpheus and the cave of Mammon in books I and II of Spenser's Faerie Queene. This visit, however, is to the cave of spleen. In Pope's day, the spleen was considered to be the source of an ill-defined collection of symptoms that afflicted wealthy ladies, so naturally Pope, as he skewered the upper classes, included spleen in his picture. In the cave of spleen, watched over by ill nature and affectation, Umtdale gathers, among other things, sighs, sobs, and passions, 4.84, which he brings back to aid Belinda in the battle. This scene, which does actually satirize a particular class of women, may strike modern readers as rather strange, but to Pope's contemporaries, who would have been intimately acquainted with his epic sources, this passage would surely have seemed both brilliant and extremely funny. There is, however, one serious speech in the poem, that of Clarissa in Canto v. Clarissa, recognizes the foolishness that surrounds her, and she recognizes how that foolishness victimizes especially the women, who are forced to subordinate their good sense to their quest for youth and beauty. Youth and beauty are bound to disappear, she tells them, and too much pointless flirting will result in no marriage at all. What then remains, but well our power to use and keep good humor still whatever we lose. Beauties in vain their pretty eyes may roll. Charms strike the sight, but merit wins the soul. v. 29-34. She acknowledges that in society as it was then constructed, women were at a clear disadvantage, but she charges her listeners nevertheless to assert their power by focusing on what was truly important. She tells them not to play the game according to the rules established by and favoring the men but to keep good humor and rely on merit. It is interesting that she urges women to keep good humor still, whatever we lose, since she seems to suggest compliance with rape, or with the gossip that destroys reputations. In fact, she seems to acknowledge that men and women are both playing a game whose rules they have tacitly agreed to follow, even though the women are at a distinct disadvantage, and she suggests that women ought, perhaps, to work at changing the rules. Despite the realistic confrontation with fact in her argument, however, no applause ensued. v. 35. Instead she is completely ignored, as the men and women attack each other with mock epic ferocity. As in every 107 society that has ever existed, or is likely to, common sense and good advice hold no appeal for Pope's characters. The Rape of the Lock, then, is a sharp satirical attack on Pope's society, as well as a comment on the relationships between men and women that we see even now, but Pope made his attack with such delicacy and wit that we read the poem with laughter, rather than with horror at the harsh realities that Pope uncovers. The poem's conclusion, too, adds to the sense of delicacy, and even of elegance, that Pope has achieved, for as the battle reaches its climax, it appears that the lock, like the Holy Grail, has disappeared, and the narrator assures Belinda and Arabella, and us, that the lock has been taken to the heavens as a constellation, where it will be seen by the whole fashionable world. And then Pope makes an interesting point. He says that after many years have passed, after Belinda and all those involved in this trivial affair will have died, this lock, the muse shall consecrate to fame, and mid-st the stars inscribe Belinda's name. V 149-50. The fashionable world, the belles and the beaux, will all have passed away, but Belinda's name, like Belinda's lock, will still exist, thanks to the muse upon whom Pope called on in the poem's third line. In short, Belinda will be immortal not because of her beauty or her charm, but because Pope has written about her. It is true that Pope is using a poetic convention about the power of the poet to immortalize his subject. It is also true that he was right. It is vital to remember that Pope's poetry, like all poetry, must be read in sentences rather than lines, and that the iambic pentameter, along with Pope's variations on it, requires close attention. For readers who enjoy The Rape of the Lock, I recommend Pope's Epistle to Arbuthnot, and for those who are really willing to take a chance, the Dunciad. The latter is another mock epic, this time concerned with glorifying contemporary writers whom Pope thought of as dunces, followers of the goddess dullness. Reading the Dunciad requires careful attention to footnotes, because the writers Pope castigates are barely known today except through Pope's poem. It is, however, an other very funny poem and a work that shows that people have been proclaiming the disintegration of civilization for at least the past 250 years. So far, they have been wrong. 108. Chapter 7 Henry Fielding, Joseph Andrews. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. It may seem odd, but this chapter is the first in which we will look at a novel. The reason is quite simple. The novel as we know it, a prose story about people who seem real in situations and settings that seem real, did not come into being in Europe until the 18th century. Certainly there were earlier fictional prose narratives. In England during the 16th century, for instance, there was a good deal of prose fiction, works that we have already mentioned like Philip Sidney's Arcadia or Thomas Lodge's Rosalinde, and scholars surely differ on this matter. Such works are not novels. They belong to another kind of literature, the romance, which had been popular for centuries. For example, there is a group of works from Greece, written in the 2nd through the 4th centuries, that are often referred to as Greek novels. Works like Longus Daphnis and Chloe or the Ethiopica of Heliodorus. These works, like those I mentioned earlier, are certainly fun to read, but they, too, are more like romances than novels. Their characters are not people who ever could have existed. And they are set in faraway places that are more imaginative than real. Their action is extravagant and often relies on supernatural interventions. Of course, some of these judgments are necessarily subjective. What seems realistic to me might not seem so to someone else. But instead of calling all prose narratives novels, we should try to make these distinctions. Just as we are not content to refer simply to trees, but we distinguish among oak trees, maples, beeches, willows, and others, so we ought to distinguish among different types of prose fiction, for the different types try to accomplish different things. Nathaniel Hawthorne, for instance, was very careful to say that he was writing romances and not novels. The difference mattered to him, and we will read his works incorrectly if we see them as novels. A further complication is that it may be difficult to decide whether a work is a novel or some other form of literature. Cervantes' Don Quixote is certainly novelistic, but there are differences of opinion over whether it is a novel. Similarly, the works of Daniel Defoe, written in the early 18th century, seem very close to being novels, though again there is no agreement on whether they are or not. But there is no doubt that a group of works written toward the middle of the 18th century are novels, or that these novels began a vogue for such writing that continues even now. It is interesting that while the study of novels is now a staple of literary study, in earlier times the novel was not deemed worthy of the exalted title of literature. Literature consisted of poetry, and prose fiction was considered a much lower form, just entertainment. In part, this judgment resulted from tradition, but it also represented intellectual and economic elitism. The novel was the literature of the newly developing middle class, a middle class that was making gains in both material 109 wealth and literacy, as we can see in one of the works that started the English tradition of the novel, Samuel Richardson's Pamela. Pamela, which was published in 1740, has as its subtitle Virtue Rewarded. It is the story of a young servant girl, Pamela Andrews, who works for the B______ family. The name is never given, a technique that was used frequently in the 18th century in order to provide a sense that the events recorded really happened and the characters' identities had to be protected. After the death of his mother, Mr. B______ keeps Pamela employed in the household, but, according to Pamela, he does so because he desires her sexually. Pamela, however, perseveres against his advances, and by the novel's end, she and Mr. B are married. Her virtue has indeed been rewarded. Pamela is an epistolary novel, that is, most of the novel is in the form of a series of letters exchanged among the main characters, which means that all of them, including Pamela and her poor parents, are literate. Pamela herself is a prolific letter writer, and she writes at the darndest times. One of Richardson's later works, Clarissa, is also epistolary and is one of the longest novels in English. The 18th century English did like to write letters, but Richardson perhaps got carried away. One wonders when the characters actually did anything, since they seem to spend all their time writing letters. Pamela is still an interesting work to read, though it may strike modern readers as one-dimensional, as well as unlikely. Nonetheless, it took 18th century England by storm. Not only was it popular, but it was even used by preachers as an illustration of its subtitle, Virtue Rewarded. Pamela Andrews, after all, resisted great temptations in order to preserve that virtue, and she was rewarded with marriage and a fortune. Richardson's contemporaries were delighted with the lesson that this new work taught. At least, most of his contemporaries were. Others were less enchanted, and among the latter group was Henry Fielding. Fielding had been a popular playwright whose highly satiric plays and farces often focused on governmental incompetence and hypocrisy. So effective had those plays been, that eventually the government passed the Licensing Act, a bit of censorship that ended Fielding's playwriting career. Fielding then took up other careers, including the study of the law, but he lived for some time in financial difficulties. When Pamela appeared and became so popular, he was outraged, for his view of the novel was both more subtle and more sinister than the common view. Furthermore, he saw a chance to earn some much-needed money by playing on the work's popularity. Consequently, he wrote a hysterically funny parody of Pamela that he called Shamela. This brief work purports to tell the real story behind the novel, and in a series of letters, Shamela tells Pamela's story in a whole new way. Fielding had two major objections to Pamela. One was that the novel, while claiming to teach moral lessons, contained a number of titillating scenes. After all, if Mr. B constantly strives to seduce Pamela, there are bound to be seduction scenes. Fielding saw these scenes as being hypocritical. He thought they were salaciousness masquerading as morality. Even more important, Fielding saw that another way to look at the moral lesson of Pamela was to say that young women should hold on to their chastity until they can get the right price for it, as Pamela did. Richardson may have subtitled his book Virtue Rewarded, but to Fielding it presented a case of virtue 110. Treated as a commodity that could be exchanged for financial and social gain. Shamela skillfully reveals these aspects of the novel and in so doing makes a mockery of Richardson's work. We need only consider Fielding's transformation of Mr. B into Mr. Booby to catch the spirit of the work. Richardson, whose novels I enjoy, was not known for his sense of humor. Read his books and you'll see, and was not amused at Fielding's parody. Even many years later, when Fielding complimented another of his works, Richardson refused to be mollified. Had Fielding stopped with the publication of Shamla, that work would probably have become an interesting footnote in the history of English literature, but Fielding did not stop there. Instead, he was inspired to write another work on the basis of Pamela, a work that helped determine the course the English novel would take. The title of this work, as it appears on the title page of the first edition, is The History of the Adventures of Joseph Andrews, and of his friend Mr. Abraham Adams. Written in imitation of the manner of Cervantes, author of Don Quixote. Fortunately, we call it just Joseph Andrews. Shamla was a brilliant parody, but Joseph Andrews is a real novel, a satiric novel, that goes far beyond parody. While I will try not to divulge any of the novel's convoluted ending, I can safely point out that Joseph Andrews is the brother of Pamela Andrews. That, in what seems to be a family tradition, he writes letters to, and that toward the end of the novel both Pamela and Mr. Booby, newly married, appear in Fielding's work. The focus of the plot, too, was inspired by Pamela, for handsome young Joseph Andrews, like his fictional sister and like his biblical namesake Joseph, also has his chastity put to the test. Several of the novel's female characters, most notably Mrs. Slipslop and Mr. Booby's aunt, Lady Booby, have designs on the young man, and poor Joseph is often hard-pressed, as his sister was in her novel, to preserve his virtue. Of course, in one respect Fielding was having fun by reversing the genders in Richardson's story. The idea of having a young man's virginity sought by two older women, the idea of his resisting all of their advances, the idea of his rejecting all the benefits they might bestow on him, all of these have their humorous side. But again, if this humor were all Fielding was after, Joseph Andrews would be just another parody, a one-joke book. It is far richer than that, however, and that long title from the original title page helps to explain why Fielding may have originally been moved to write the book by Pamela, but the work that truly inspired Joseph Andrews, as it inspired so much writing in 18th century England, was Cervantes' Don Quixote, which had been written over 200 years earlier. Cervantes was in many respects the patron saint of 18th century prose satirists. Not only are there works like the spiritual Quixote and the female Quixote, but numerous writers, like Tobias Smollett and Lawrence Sterne, modeled parts of their novels on the Spanish Don. What was it about Don Quixote that made it so popular? And how did Fielding use it? First, in writing Don Quixote, Cervantes drew on the traditions of picaresque literature. In picaresque works like La Sortilège de Tormes, the reader follows the adventures of a person who has no fixed place in society but who moves relatively freely from class to class. Every time the hero, the picaro, enters a new social setting, that setting becomes the subject of the picaro's satiric vision, and the result is a satiric work that criticizes virtually the entire society. 111. Cervantes used this model but went far beyond it. His Don Quixote is an old man who has read so many knightly romances that he begins to think of himself as a knight, dressing himself in makeshift armor and riding a broken-down nag, accompanied by his friend Sancho Panza. He sets out to perform knightly deeds, to rescue maidens, to right wrongs. Of course, the Don is demented and enterprises a ridiculous appearance. And as he travels the roads, he encounters people from various levels of society who find increasingly inventive ways to mock and torment him. What the reader soon realizes, though, is that Don Quixote may be a fool, but he is an idealistic fool. After all, he wants to do good deeds, and however foolish he is, he never does anything that seems to him less than noble. The people he meets, however, with few exceptions, never have a noble thought. Their enjoyment lies not in good deeds, however misguided, not even in the contemplation of good deeds, but in tormenting an obviously demented old man. Like the picaro, Don Quixote becomes a touchstone against which can be measured the values of the people he meets, and unhappily, they come off very badly. The idealistic fool is far more admirable than the heartless knaves who are incapable of understanding his idealistic outlook. Not only does Don Quixote explore romance idealism and satirize society, but it does so with good humor and with an astounding sense of compassion for its hero. Yes, he tilts at windmills, and yes, he is on the receiving end of a chamber pot or two, but he retains a peculiar kind of nobility. We can laugh at him and love him at the same time. These, I think, are the qualities that endeared Cervantes to his 18th century successors, and especially to Fielding. Fielding used Cervantes' work as a model, but he made it his own. He transformed the Don and his squire into Parson Abraham Adams and his protege Joseph Andrews. Parson Adams has many quixotic characteristics, but he is far from demented, and Joseph is a strong character, not at all like the ever-nervous Sancho Panza. Nevertheless, their journey from London back to their country home, with the cross-section of English society that it presents, with its good-humored treatment of knaves, fools, and idealists, is certainly Cervantian. But Cervantes was not the only writer who influenced Fielding. There is, for example, a strong biblical influence on the novel. For instance, Abraham Adams is named for the biblical patriarch whose story consists of a series of tests, most of which he passes. Like the command to sacrifice his son that is withdrawn at the last second, and some of which he fails, like falsifying his wife's relationship to himself in order to save his life, an act that demonstrated a momentary lack of faith. Similarly, Joseph Andrews is named for the biblical Joseph, who, after having been sold into slavery, resisted the blandishments of his master's wife and was rewarded by being accused of attempted rape, and who consequently found himself in prison, only to be raised eventually to a position of prominence in Egypt. And, in one of the novel's most memorable scenes, Fielding adapted the parable of the Good Samaritan, as we will soon see. Yet another influence, though in a strange way, was the work of Homer. Of course, Fielding, growing up in the 18th century, would have had a classical education. That is, an education based on Greek and Latin. He would have expected many of his readers to be as familiar with classical literature as he was. Not only does he make numerous references to classical literature, Parson Adams, after all, is a special 112 devotee of Aeschylus, but he makes particular use of Homeric style when he describes some of the brawls and battles in his novel. The best example, perhaps, is found when Adams is attacked by a pack of hunting dogs and Joseph comes to his rescue, brandishing his cudgel. It was a cudgel of mighty strength and wonderful art, made by one of Mr. Deard's best workmen, whom no other artificer can equal, and who hath made all those sticks which the beaux have lately walked with about the park in a morning. 3.6. In this description, the educated reader would have recognized the description of Achilles' shield from the Iliad, and in the ensuing battle, such a reader would have caught reflections from any number of Homeric battle scenes. Like Pope in The Rape of the Lock, Fielding used these epic references to provide and enhance his satiric perspective. In this case, we can see that, while Achilles' magnificent shield has become a simple walking stick and the great battle for Troy has been replaced by a canine attack, Joseph nevertheless behaves heroically, though his heroism is fully in keeping with his station in life. I have referred to Joseph Andrews as a novel, but Fielding called it something different in his preface to Joseph Andrews, and I recommend that readers read the novel before they read the preface. He calls the work a comic romance, which he defines as a comic epic poem in prose. What he meant by these terms has been debated by scholars, but the reason he did not call his work a novel was that the term had not yet come into popular usage. He knew, however, that this work was not like the serious romances that had preceded it. For one thing, it differs in its character, by introducing persons of inferior rank, and consequently of inferior manners, whereas the grave romance sets the highest before us. We must remember that Fielding's England, even more than modern England, relied very heavily on a class structure. People knew their places, or at least they were supposed to know their places, and earlier romances tended to focus on the upper classes, using the lower classes as the butt of humor. But as the middle class began to develop, people wanted to read books about people like themselves in situations that they could recognize. Joseph Andrews has its share of upper-class characters, but now they tend to be the butt of humor. Even so, Fielding's humor differs from the humor in many other romances, as he himself points out. In Sidney's Arcadia, for instance, the shepherds and other lower class characters are caricatures, hopelessly stupid. Their presentation is, as Fielding puts it, the exhibition of what is monstrous and unnatural. Even if we find them funny, Fielding would classify them as burlesque rather than comic, and he insists that he is not interested in the burlesque. His concern is with the comic, by which he would exclude the monstrous. As he says, in pursuing the comic, we should ever confine ourselves strictly to nature, from the just imitation of which will flow all the pleasure we can this way convey to a sensible reader. The comic writer needs only to copy nature, he says in the preface, for life everywhere furnishes an accurate observer with the ridiculous. Now Fielding gets to the heart of the matter, for his focus in this book is on the ridiculous, which he describes as growing out of affectation, while affectation is the result of either vanity or hypocrisy. To be sure, as we read Joseph Andrews, we see many examples of both vanity and hypocrisy, and though Fielding condemns both vices, he does so with such good humor that this work is anything but a tract against sin. What is most interesting about this preface, however, is the way Fielding wrestles 113 with this new kind of literature, the novel. Richardson had numerous followers, but Fielding set the course that some of England and America's greatest novelists would follow. Of course, when Fielding says that he is imitating nature, we must be wary, for imitating nature has had a variety of meanings. When Wordsworth and Coleridge published their preface to the lyrical ballads at the very end of the 18th century, they claimed that they were making poetic diction more natural than it had been in 18th century poetry, and in a sense they may have been right, but even at the high point of the Romantic movement, people did not naturally speak in rhyming stanzas or iambic pentameter. My point is that we cannot expect Fielding, who claims to confine himself strictly to nature, to read like a 21st century writer, whose conception of that phrase would be entirely different. Fielding may have helped to revolutionize the writing of prose fiction, but he was still a man of the 18th century. In fact, Fielding was quite self-conscious about what he was doing, as we can see not only from his preface but from his practice in the novel. Throughout the novel, his narrator calls the reader's attention to the fact that it is a work of fiction, a technique known as metafiction, which has been rediscovered by numerous modern novelists. For instance, the heading of Chapter 8 reads, in which, after some very fine writing, the history goes on. And what does Fielding mean by very fine writing? He means this paragraph. Now the rake Hesperus had called for his breeches, and having well rubbed his drowsy eyes, prepared to dress himself for all night, by whose example his brother rakes on earth likewise leave those beds, in which they had slept away the day. Now Thetis, that good housewife, began to put the pot in order to regale the good man Phoebus, after his daily labors were over. In vulgar language, it was in the evening when Joseph attended his lady's orders. I ate This is very fine writing in the sense that it echoes Homeric mythological descriptions of dawn, but of course it does so in a typically Fielding-esque, humorous way. Hesperus, the evening star, is called a rake, a man about town, and the thought of such a mythological figure calling for his breeches is thoroughly incongruous. But then Fielding refers to his brother rakes on earth who, like Hesperus, sleep through the days so that they may be wide awake for their nighttime revelries. Referring to the goddess Thetis, mother of Achilles, as the good housewife, merely adds to the incongruity. Finally, the closing sentence, in vulgar language, "It was the evening," concludes the parody. Fielding is capable of manipulating traditional mythological imagery, and he knows the epic tradition, but this work is a comic epic poem in prose. Here, as elsewhere, we have epic imagery adapted to comic prose. After all the fancy language, the narrator tells us in plain words, "It was in the evening." Fielding plays such games everywhere in the novel. Several times, for instance, he implies that he has learned the story he is telling from the main characters, as though 114. They were real. One chapter begins, "When he came back to the inn, he found Joseph and Fanny sitting together. Indeed, I have been often assured by both, that they spent these hours in a most delightful conversation." 2.15. Fielding knows that he is writing fiction, and he knows that we know it, but he also knows that we have agreed to be taken in by his fictional game, and so he continues to play it. He and we are in on the whole game together. Is the story true? No. Does it contain truth? Certainly. I must briefly digress here. Although elsewhere in this volume I am critical of movies that are based on famous books, I feel compelled to recommend the film of Fielding's Tom Jones, directed by Tony Richardson. In this outstanding film, Richardson captures the tone of Fielding's narrator, who guides us through the novel. The success of Tom Jones led to the filming of other 18th-century novels. Those films should be avoided. Between the narrator's metafictional games and Fielding's references to other works, ranging from the Iliad to Pamela, Joseph Andrews is already a comical work, and we have not even considered the novel's plot or characters yet. Of course, it never works to explain humor, but fortunately most of the things that Fielding found humorous are still humorous. Even when he is describing truly deplorable behavior, he manages to make it seem somehow funny, not because he approves of it but because he recognizes its origin in ordinary human failings. He knows that it comes from vanity or hypocrisy and that ultimately it is another example of the ridiculous. In writing Joseph Andrews, he condemns such behavior by laughing at it, not with scorn but with what we might call charity. He knows that all of us have a share of ridiculousness. One of the most famous scenes in Joseph Andrews is an adaptation of the parable of the Good Samaritan. Joseph has been set upon by robbers, who take everything he has, including his clothes, and leave him lying badly injured by the side of the road. As Joseph regains consciousness, a passing stagecoach stops, and each person on the coach reacts to Joseph's predicament. The coachman says they are late and have no time to spare for Joseph. A lady wants to help, but hearing that Joseph is naked, she cries, "Oh Jesus," and urges the coachman to drive on. An old gentleman, hearing that Joseph has been robbed, fears that the thieves may still be there and urges the coachman to leave. A lawyer explains that they have to try to help Joseph, because if he dies and anyone finds out that they were last in his company, they will be held responsible. Prompted by this appeal to their common self-interest, they agree to help, but then the coachman refuses to take him unless someone pays his fare, until the lawyer again threatens him, and the lady refuses to ride with a naked man. Of course, no one will lend the wounded and freezing Joseph a coat, until the postilion, a lad who hath been since transported for robbing a hen roost, had voluntarily stripped off a great coat, his only garment, at the same time swearing a great oath, for which he was rebuked by the passengers, that he would rather ride in his shirt all his life, than suffer a fellow creature to be in so miserable a condition. I 12. 115. Like the righteous men in the parable, the passengers are moved entirely by self-interest, and their first inclination on seeing a fellow human being in trouble is to get away from him as quickly as possible. Only the postilion, who, like the Samaritan, is someone to be looked down on, shows true charity. The others can behave selfishly, perhaps even murderously, and maintain their respectability because of their social positions, while the postilion, who will later suffer a major punishment for a minor transgression, is alone in demonstrating true charity. Even his censure by the passengers for his great oath is odd, for the lady received no such rebuke for her OJSUS. In fact, he is not being rebuked for his oath but for his implied criticism of the uncharitable passengers and for his revelation of the real shabbiness that lies under the surface of their respectability. Here we find the hypocrisy and vanity, in the sense of emptiness, that Fielding spoke of in the preface. These people are tested, and they fail miserably, as do several other characters in this chapter. There is, for example, the surgeon who is called to help Joseph and who has almost finished dressing, thinking that he is going to help a gentleman or a lady, but who, on hearing that his patient is a poor pedestrian, goes back to bed. The chapter's examination of charity culminates during a conversation between Mr. and Mrs. Towers, who run the inn where Joseph has been deposited. Mr. Towers is inclined to help him, but Mrs. Towers wants the wounded man thrown out. When Mr. Towers says that common charity won't suffer you to do that, she replies, "Common charity AFT. Common charity teaches us to provide for ourselves and our families." I 12. This definition of charity may strike us as idiosyncratic, at least, but it is indeed the definition that people seem to use throughout the novel. In fact, a good deal of Joseph Andrews is taken up with an examination of what charity really means, as exemplified by the postilion, and how society regards it, as shown by almost everyone else in this chapter. Mrs. To. Worth's Common Charity, AFT, may be more explicit than most of the characters choose to be, but the phrase clearly represents their views. Fielding may be focusing his humor on such views, and his presentation does make us laugh, but there is a very serious point to what he is saying, for Fielding was concerned with a contemporary religious debate. I do not need to go into detail here except to say that the debate focused on the relative importance in Christian thought of faith and works. Some theologians argued that a Christian needed only faith for salvation, while others argued that works alone might suffice. As Parson Adams says, 116. Can any doctrine have a more pernicious influence on society than a persuasion that it will be a good plea for the villain at the last day, Lord? It is true, I never obeyed one of thy commandments, yet punish me not, for I believe them all. I, sir, said Adams, the contrary, I thank heaven, is inculcated in almost every page of the Bible, or I should believe my own opinion, which hath always been, that a virtuous and good Turk or heathen are more acceptable in the sight of their Creator than a vicious and wicked Christian, though his faith was as perfectly orthodox as St. Paul's himself. I-17. The kind of empty faith that Adams and his creator Fielding are attacking is a perfect target for satire. Satire, as Fielding makes clear in the preface, focuses on hypocrisy and the claim that all one needs is faith, and that if one has faith, one need not help one's fellow, is a fine example of hypocrisy. This attitude can be found in a number of episodes in Joseph Andrews, including Adams' discussions with Barnabas and his encounter with Parson Trolliber. These clergymen, especially in contrast with the highly devout and charitable Adams, who combines faith and works, are shown to be frauds of the highest caliber. Adams, of course, is the most interesting character in Joseph Andrews. He may be highly devout, but he is hardly perfect, and he provides some of the novel's greatest humor, most of which has its source in his almost complete innocence. As Fielding's narrator tells us, Adams was as entirely ignorant of the ways of this world as an infant just entered into it could possibly be. I-3. This innocence does not necessarily imply foolishness, though the good parson is occasionally foolish. What it does imply is that Adams tries to live up to the biblical ideal of perfection, and that he therefore believes that everyone else tries to live up to that ideal as well. That Adams is alone in this belief is a condemnation not of his foolishness but of the corruption of a society that claims to rely on biblical ideals but in truth is based on selfishness. Here lies the resemblance to Don Quixote, another innocent whose innocence illustrates the corruption surrounding him. Like Don Quixote, Adams is never discouraged by the failures he sees in others. His view of the world never becomes jaded, no matter how many rascals he encounters. One of the best episodes for illustrating Adam's character is his meeting with Parson Trullibur. Adams, finding himself, Joseph, and Joseph's beloved Fanny stranded at an inn without funds, assumes that he need only ask the local clergyman for a loan, and the local clergyman, heeding the biblical injunctions on charity, will give it to him. If Adams were asked for such a loan, he would not hesitate to give it, but Adams and Parson Trullibur, though sharing the same religion, do not share the same principles. Short, fat, and crude, Trullibur is a parson only on Sundays. The rest of the week he is a hog farmer, and he welcomes Adams only because he thinks Adams has come to purchase some of his hogs. After a series of misadventures, none of which cast great credit on Trullibur, Adams tells the parson why he has come, adding, "I am convinced you will joyfully embrace such an opportunity of laying up a treasure in a better place than any this world affords." 2.14. There is Adam's innocence. He assumes that 117. Trullibur will happily lend him, or even give him, the money, since such a good deed would receive heavenly approval. Trullibur's response is highly equivocal: "Lay up my treasure. What matters where a man's treasure is whose heart is in the scriptures? There is the treasure of a Christian." 2.14. Adams understands him to mean that he is happy to lend him the money, without any thought of reward, heavenly or otherwise, simply because he has been instructed by Scripture to do so. Our quixotic innocent expects the money to be immediately forthcoming and grabs the hog farmer's hand, while the latter immediately thinks he is about to be robbed, for what he really meant was that as long as he believed in Scripture, as long as he had what he called faith, he had no need to provide charity, to engage in good works. Adams may be naive, but he knows his theology, and he knows when his devoutly held beliefs are being flouted. He concludes his angry response to Trullibur by saying, "Whoever therefore is void of charity, I make no scruple of promising that he is not Christian." 2.14. Trullibur, naturally, is furious and even appears ready to strike Adams, until his wife interposed, and begged him not to fight, but shew himself a true Christian, and take the law of him. In other words, fighting is not Christian, but having Adams arrested would be. The scene illustrates a number of points about Joseph Andrews. First, it shows us that though Adams is innocent and trusting, he is also firm about maintaining his principles. His religion is not just something he talks about, it is something he practices to the best of his ability. But we also see, in this scene and throughout the novel, that Adams is nearly alone in doing so. Certainly his pupils Joseph and Fanny share his convictions, but virtually no one else does. This is another point that the novel is making by means of Adams, that England may call itself a Christian country. But it is so in name only. Fielding offers here a strong condemnation, but what saves the novel from over-moralization and from bitterness is Fielding's unceasing humor. he condemns Trolliber and his like by making us laugh at them. The idea that Trolliber calls himself a parson is laughable in itself. The idea that this short, fat, nasty man would attack Adams, whom we already know as a good fighter, is ridiculous. And the idea that being a true Christian means not to strike someone but to take him to law is ludicrous. By providing so much humor in these episodes, Fielding allows us to express condemnation through our laughter. By making these characters so lifelike and by revealing their failings so clearly, Fielding focuses our condemnation on the sins rather than on the sinners. He makes us wish the characters behaved better rather than wishing that we might see them punished. Considering the serious nature of Fielding's criticism, what he accomplishes is quite extraordinary. Adam, of course, for all his nobility, also has his failings. Occasionally, for instance, he takes his principles too far. When Fanny is kidnapped and in danger of sexual assault, while Adams and Joseph are tied to the bedposts at an inn, Joseph weeps and groans and bemoans the situation. Adams consoles Joseph first by reviewing their situation in such detail that Joseph feels even greater agony, and then by telling him that his duty is to submit. Adam's advice may be true. It may be perfectly in keeping with the philosophical views of Seneca, Boethius, and Cicero, whom he cites as authorities, but it is hardly consoling. When Joseph tells him, "Oh, you have not spoken one word of 118. Comfort to me yet," Adams is truly taken aback, and he asks in all sincerity, "What am I then doing? What can I say to comfort you?" 3.11 Senecan and Ciceronian consolations may be fine philosophical positions, but they are of little help when one is tied to a bedpost and one's beloved is about to be ravished. Similarly, near the novel's end, it appears that Joseph cannot marry Fanny, for reasons that I will not reveal, and Joseph is again reduced to bemoaning his situation. Again Adams tries to console him by telling him of his duty to accept what God has allowed to happen. This time, however, Adam's very unconsoling consolation is interrupted by the news that his son has drowned, at which he completely falls to pieces. In his weeping and grieving, he totally ignores Joseph, who has been reminding him of his own forms of consolation. Fortunately, it turns out that the boy has not drowned, and Adams is able to resume his advice to Joseph, but even Joseph cannot overlook his teacher's hypocrisy, which Adams tries to explain away by pointing to the difference between losing one's son and losing one's beloved. So Adams, as good as he is not perfect. That news is hardly a revelation. Adams is a human being, and like all the human beings in this novel, or in the world, he has his failings. He is more principled than most people, but if we cannot expect perfection in him, how can we expect it in anyone? We can laugh at him and admire him even simultaneously, for he is both funny and admirable, but he shares the human situation with the Trollibers of the world. Like Don Quixote, he reveals the failings of the people he meets, but he is not immune to those failings himself. By creating atoms, Fielding has shown the depth of his human understanding. This character, whose portrayal includes humor, anger, principle, hypocrisy, perceptiveness, and blindness, is an image of how far even the best of us can succeed as we make our way in the world. If Adams has such flaws, it is no wonder that other characters have them, too. Lady Booby is particularly interesting, as she struggles interminably with her sexual feelings. For Joseph and her knowledge both that such feelings are improper and that a lady of her stature should not be obsessed by a servant. At first her rapid changes of mind are amusing, especially as her servant Mrs. Slipslop tries to use them to her own advantage, but then she becomes more seriously interesting, in strong contrast to Pamela's Mr. B _________, who was both predictable and manipulatable. Mrs. Slipslop, too, is an amusing character who operates entirely out of self-interest. What she does to language is hysterical, but it is also amusing to watch her as she takes a superior attitude toward the other servants in the Booby household and an apparently inferior one toward the Boobas, though clearly she feels herself superior to everyone. She is a case of satire arising from a thoroughly misplaced vanity. It is worth noting that much of Joseph Andrews consists of a journey away from London and toward a rural setting. Near the novel's beginning, when the Booby household goes to London, even Joseph, that paragon of virtue, adopts the styles of the city. He gets a fashionable haircut and devotes his attention to looking good. He would not take to gambling, swearing, or drinking, but when he attended his lady at church, which was but seldom, he behaved with less seeming devotion than formerly. For although his morals remain uncorrupted, Joseph is easily swept up by the more worldly atmosphere of London, an atmosphere with which Fielding himself had had much contact and for which he had little tolerance, as we can see in Joseph Andrews. 119. Tom Jones, and in his more somber last novel, Amelia. In fact, it seems in much of Fielding's work, the higher a person's social class and the closer that person's attachment to the city may be, the more corrupt that person is apt to be. Certainly there is a long history in literature of contrasting the city and the country, often by people from the city who suppose the country to be closer to nature, and therefore more innocent. The accuracy of that supposition may be debatable, but the contrast is a convenient one and works very well for a satirical work like Joseph Andrews, where innocence and corruption are so clearly contrasted. Not all country people are innocent, but in the country the corruption of a Parson Trolliber stands out even more strikingly than it would in London, where it might be more expected. The most detailed picture of city life, however, comes in one of the novel's three major digressions. Each of these digressions plays a role in the novel, illustrating another aspect of 18th century English life that Fielding is satirizing. The first is the story of Leonora in chapters 4 through 6 of Book 2, and the third is the story of Leonard and Paul in chapter 10 and 11 of book 4, but the longest of the digressions is the story of Mr. Wilson in the third and fourth chapters of book 3. The third chapter is by itself the longest chapter in the novel. Wilson's unhappy story, complete with sexually transmitted diseases as well as gambling, swearing, and drinking, can be seen as nearly the opposite of Joseph's story. More pointedly, it is the story of what might have happened to Joseph, or to someone like Joseph, if he had remained in London. The story has a happy ending, but in the middle of this great comic novel, it presents a more serious vision of English society's seamier side. Even so, we cannot forget that Joseph Andrews is a comic novel. I have tried in this chapter not to give away too much of the story and not to focus on too many of the humorous scenes. Readers of the novel should be able to enjoy both the plot and the humor for themselves. There are some wonderful scenes in the book that are worth savoring many times, but what is really striking is Fielding's understanding of people. Parson Adams, that most innocent and naive of men, claims that he has learned about human nature from books. Knowledge of men is only to be learned from books, Plato and Seneca. For that, he says, 2.16. We know that Adams has indeed read his Plato and Seneca, but we also know how little he knows about people. Had he read works like Joseph Andrews, which, incidentally, someone like Adams would never have done, because such people would have considered fiction a waste of time, he would have known much more about the human heart and about humanity. So read Joseph Andrews and enjoy it. The language is 200 years old and rather more formal than what we are accustomed to, but the reader will quickly feel comfortable with it. It is worth making the adjustment in order to meet Joseph, Fanny Adams, Slipslop, and the whole Booby clan. And if you like these characters, tackle Tom Jones. And if you find that you like 18th century fiction, take a look at Pamela or at Tobias Smollett's Humphrey Clinker. And then go to the masterpiece, Lawrence Sterne's Tristram Shandy. 120. Chapter 8 Jane Austen. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. I like to bake bread, but there is something about baking bread that I do not understand. I can assemble all the ingredients: the yeast, the flour, the salt, the sugar, the water, and I know how to mix them, how to knead them, how to let the dough rise, and how to bake it. But I do not feel that I totally understand how those ingredients and those processes combine to make bread. Somehow all those separate ingredients, each of which I can hold in my hand, combine to create something totally different and more delicious than each of them can be individually. I find the same mystery, if I can call it that, in literature. I think that I understand words and sentences, characters, and plots, but I am not sure that I understand how an author combines those elements to create a world that I can visit and that comes to have a special reality for me. I have never actually lived in a world like the one that Jane Austen describes, and I am pretty certain that I would not particularly want to live there, but when I read her novels, I like visiting that world, and I enjoy being in the company of her characters, or at least of some of them. But I do not understand how Jane Austen, or any other great writer, actually achieves that effect. I am also fascinated, as I said in the introduction to this book, at the feeling we have that we really get into a novel, especially the first time we read it. We read as quickly as we can, all the while knowing that the faster we read, the sooner we will have to leave the world of that novel. Our feeling that we have gotten into the novel is, of course, an illusion. The truth is that the novel gets into us, that the words on the page enter our consciousness, where they are transformed just as the ingredients of my bread are transformed. An author creates a novel, but that novel only comes alive through its interaction with a reader's mind. And here we encounter another interesting problem, this time from physics. If I understand this point correctly, it is very difficult to make empirical studies of electrons, because to do so we would have to bounce light off of the electrons, and the force of the light would alter what the electron is doing. In other words, in attempting to study the electron, the attempt itself alters the subject of study. The same phenomenon, though in different ways, applies to literature. There can be no such thing as an objective view of a work of literature, because the work must be affected by the mind that is perceiving it. The interactions among the author's mind, the reader's mind, and the work itself are complex, but they can be analyzed fruitfully. Nevertheless, I am still awed by whatever force there is that transforms the words written on a page into a world that we can imagine, that we can see, that we can feel ourselves be a part of. Jane Austen created such worlds, or such a world, if we think of her 6 major novels as all part of a continuum. We will never know how genius develops in certain people. We will never know how Shakespeare became Shakespeare, or how Jane Austen became Jane Austen. She was an unmarried, middle-class lady who lived with her family, as unmarried, middle-class ladies used to do. She was well-read, but so were many people, and she wrote 6 wonderful novels that give us insight into how a 121 particular class of people lived at a particular time and help to deepen our understanding of what it means to be a human being. And it is significant that the Jane Austen who accomplished these things was a woman. Austen was hardly the first important female writer. There was the Greek poet Sappho, there was the Japanese writer Murasaki Shikibu, there were Marie of France, Christine of Pizan, Margaret of Navarre, Mary Sidney, Mary Roth, and many others, whose works in recent years are becoming better known. But when we compare these names to the names of male writers, we can see that the pre-19th century female writers are far fewer and generally less well known. In many times and places, of course, women were either not encouraged to get an education, or were actually forbidden to be educated, which meant that there were likely to be fewer female writers. Furthermore, when women did write, it was more difficult for them to be published, since, in the days before literacy became common, male-dominated publishers were reluctant to publish the works of women for their male-dominated readership. And when women's works did find a publisher, they were often overlooked because, after all, they were only by women, the theory being that women's writing would only appeal to other women, while men's works have a universal appeal and applicability. The whole scheme sounds so silly when we say it. But this system prevailed for centuries and in some ways still prevails. I often ask my students how many of them have read Mark Twain's Huckleberry Finn, and most of them raise their hands, because Huckleberry Finn is frequently taught in high schools. When I ask how many of them have read Louisa May Alcott's Little Women, however, the only hands that go up are those of the women, because Little Women is not part of most curricula. Recently, I must add, some of the men have been assigned the book in their college classes. The lesson seems to be that in 19th century American novels about adolescence, the adventures of Huck Finn apply to everyone, but the experiences of Meg, Jo, and their sisters apply only to other little women. Jane Austen lived in an age that showed this same attitude but in an even more pronounced form, as we can see from the experiences of two 18th century novelists. One of these novelists was Fanny Burney, whose novel Evelina was published in 1778 to much critical acclaim. Although there were other 18th century British female novelists, Burney is undoubtedly the best known for her serious work. Far more widely read in her time, however, was another 18th century British female novelist, Anne Radcliffe, who is often known as Mrs. Radcliffe, though we would never call a writer Mr. Fielding or Mr. Shakespeare. Mrs. Radcliffe wrote a number of Gothic novels, or Gothic romances, such as The Romance of the Forest and The Mysteries of Udolpho. These works are still fun to read, and they were very influential in their time, but one of the reasons that Mrs. Radcliffe was able to publish so many of them is that they were regarded as women's works, much the way that soap operas, at least in their early days, were regarded as programs for women. It is hardly a surprise that Jane Austen relied on the popularity of such Gothic novels in Northanger Abbey. Anne Radcliffe could publish her novels by ostensibly directing them to a female audience, though they were actually popular with men as well. Emily Bronte's Wuthering Heights and Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre listed Ellis Bell and Currer Bell, respectively, as their authors on their original title pages. As we will see, Mary Ann 122 Evans published her novels under the name George Eliot. This situation must strike us as extraordinary. Under such circumstances, the success and popularity of Austen's novel Sense and Sensibility cites as its author a lady, while Pride and Prejudice cites as its author the author of Sense and Sensibility, indicate that the reading public could perhaps find something valuable in the work of a female writer. Of course, we know that Austen's works were written by a woman, and so we might be inclined to see those works as dealing with women's concerns. Many male writers, however, have dealt with women's roles in society. We need only think of Samuel Richardson and his influence on the development of the English novel. But Austen has special insight into these matters, not only because she was a woman but because she was a genius. She was capable of looking at the complex societal structure in which she lived, with its rigid rules of behavior and expectations, and seeing beneath the surface appearances to the realities that supported the whole structure. Furthermore, she could convey what she saw with wit and in the most delicate language. I must confess that sometimes when I read Austen, I lose the sense of what I am reading, and get caught up in the sound of her sentences, in the balances she creates and in her careful use of rhetorical tropes. Almost every one of her sentences could serve as an example, but here is a particularly nice one from Sense and Sensibility. With regard to herself, it was now a matter of unconcern whether she went to town or not, and when she saw her mother so thoroughly pleased with the plan, and her sister exhilarated by it, in look, voice, and manner, restored to all her usual animation, and elevated to more than her usual gaiety, she could not allow herself to distrust the consequences. 2.4. The way the sentence focuses on Eleanor, with subordinate clauses devoted to Mrs. Dashwood and to Marianne, is wonderful. Austen is a marvelous writer. I once bought a bumper sticker for a friend that read, "I'd rather be reading Jane Austen." A good deal of the time, that is an appropriate sentiment. I have chosen in this chapter to look at two of Austen's novels, Sense and Sensibility, and Pride and Prejudice. These were the first works that she published, though not the first she wrote, and there is evidence that, between writing and rewriting both works, their composition overlapped. Sense and Sensibility appeared in 1811, and Pride and Prejudice in 1813. Her later works, Mansfield Park, Emma, and Persuasion, investigate in more depth some of the issues that she raised in her earlier novels, and it is interesting to wonder where she might have gone had she not died at the age of 40. 1. Austen wrote during the period we think of as the Romantic Age. She died just 4 years before Keats, but her novels, although they betray the influence of Romanticism, seem more closely tied to the 18th century. She was not a revolutionary writer, nor did she pour out her soul on paper. Her novels lack the overt passions of the Brontes novels, for instance. Instead, she took the novel form as it had come down to her and made it her own. She puts her characters, especially her female characters, in situations that are interesting and challenging but not extraordinary, and then she carefully watches them react. She has no Heathcliffs or Mr. Rochesters to terrorize or fascinate her characters. She has ordinary human beings, who must learn to negotiate the world, though the heroine of Northanger Abbey does imagine that she lives in a Gothic novel. Austen's novels are not difficult to read. Her language is beautifully used, though not complex. Occasionally she writes something that may strike us as ungrammatical, but 123. Generally she is simply following the usage of her time. An important exception in Sense and Sensibility is the case of Lucy Steele, whose letters contain enough errors to confirm our suspicions about her vulgarity. It may seem unfair to base such a judgment on grammatical errors, but this phenomenon brings us to an important aspect of the novels. The most difficult thing about reading them is becoming accustomed to their heavy emphasis on the forms of proper behavior, of which correct grammar is only one small example. We must realize that while the contemporary United States has a class system, that system fades to invisibility in comparison to the class system in Austen's England. In her novels, everyone belongs to a clearly defined class, and even within the classes there are clear distinctions of level. We may use terms like upper or lower middle class and then argue about what they mean, but in Austen's England, such terms were clearly understood. Furthermore, those terms created expectations about behavior. We may bemoan the disappearance of manners in our society, but in Austen's society a code of manners dictated what could and could not be said. Occasionally in these novels the reader may be inclined to think, if these characters could only talk to each other honestly and openly, the difficulty could be solved. But if we could say such things to these characters, they would not understand what we mean. There was proper behavior and improper behavior, and though there may be some instances of ambiguity, generally the lines between them were clearly drawn. We must also remember that Austen is describing almost entirely a largely middle-class world. The families that she describes may not always be wealthy, but they always have servants, and we must not think of servants as slaves. They were paid employees from the lower classes. What is a bit remarkable is how seldom we see these servants in the novels. There are occasional references to cooks and maids and butlers and people who take care of the horses and carriages, but such people do not play a role in the stories. They keep the households running, and their lives are not Austen's concern. Her focus is on the men, and especially the women of a class that has rigidly defined roles and rules, whose men may once have been in trade but are now freed of that burden, though they may occasionally join the clergy, and whose women are never expected to be employed, though they must have such accomplishments as music and drawing. Occasionally we may feel that if these people had something more productive to do to fill their days, they would not have so many problems, but our own experiences can tell us how foolish that sentiment is. Given what seems the financial independence of her characters, they spend a great deal of their time thinking about financial considerations. When we first meet characters, we are often told of their financial condition. Mrs. Jennings was a widow with an ample jointure, SNSI 8, and characters talk about each other in the same way. 124. Who is Colonel Brandon? Is he a man of fortune? Yes, he has very good property in Dorsetshire. I am glad of it. He seems a most gentlemanlike man, and I think, Eleanor, I may congratulate you on the prospect of a very respectable establishment in life. Me, brother. What do you mean? He likes you. I observed him narrowly, and am convinced of it. What is the amount of his fortune? I believe about 2,000 a year. 2,000 a year, and then working himself up to a pitch of enthusiastic generosity, he added, Eleanor, I wish, with all my heart, it were twice as much, for your sake. 2.11. This emphasis on fiscal health strikes us as crass, and Austen frequently satirizes her characters' obsessions with each other's worth, but in this society, the actual earning of money was looked down on. A family whose level of wealth put them lower on the scale could not hope to increase their wealth through hard work, because such work, if it were available and they were capable of doing it, would make them ineligible for the society that they desired to remain part of. Consequently, what seems like financial independence often verges on being an illusion. Most of Austen's families exist on relatively small incomes, and it is no wonder that they frequently are obsessed by financial considerations. One of the major ways for such families to increase their wealth was to be sure that their children married wealth. That is why John Dashwood, thinking that Colonel Brandon wants to marry Eleanor, congratulates her not for the possibilities of love or companionship, or because Colonel Brandon is a fine man, but because he has about 2,000 a year. If she marries such a man, or, more precisely, such an amount of money, she, who has no other way of making money or ensuring her fiscal stability for the future, will be settled for the rest of her life. Of course, John Dashwood is also relieved, because if she marries Colonel Brandon, John Dashwood will not have any responsibility for helping to support her, not that he has taken that responsibility at all seriously up to this point. An extended quotation from later in the same chapter provides an even better sense of how this society operates, and again the speaker is John Dashwood. 125. I shall have a charming account to carry to Fanny, said he, as he walked back with his sister. Lady Middleton is really a most elegant woman. Such a woman as I am sure Fanny will be glad to know. And Mrs. Jennings, too, an exceeding well-behaved woman, though not so elegant as her daughter. Your sister need not have any scruple even of visiting her, which, to say the truth, has been a little the case, and very naturally, for we only knew that Mrs. Jennings was the widow of a man who had got all his money in a low way, and Fanny and Mrs. Ferrars were both strongly prepossessed that neither she nor her daughters were such kind of women as Fanny would like to associate with. But now I can carry her a most satisfactory account of both. 2.11. Mr. Dashwood, of course, is not only a snob but a very shallow person, actually quite a common combination. Many of Austen's characters are shallow and therefore willing to accept society's judgments and conventions, as Mr. Dashwood does here. He is bound to like Lady Middleton just because she is Lady Middleton, and he is also willing to approve of Mrs. Jennings, even though her money was earned in a low way, that is, through her husband's trade. Since she is well behaved, however, she is good enough for his wife to associate with. If Mr. Dashwood were alone in seeing the world in this way, he might be a caricature. But his attitude is all too typical, and while Eleanor is often too polite to mention all of her judgments of such panoply, Austen's narrator is not. Lady Middleton was equally pleased with Mrs. Dashwood. There was a kind of cold-hearted selfishness on both sides, which mutually attracted them, and they sympathized with each other in an insipid propriety of demeanor, and a general want of understanding. 2.12. When we read this statement after having met both Lady Middleton and Mrs. Dashwood, we know that it is completely accurate. These two ladies, along with so many other characters in the book, have mastered all the forms of what passes for courtesy but are totally devoid of substance. Used he as Mr. Dashwood can speak of nothing but money and hunting, so these ladies are restricted to the most superficial of topics. Nevertheless, they consider themselves, and are considered by others, to be arbiters of taste and behavior, while those who have real taste and discernment, like Eleanor, are regarded as being far lower on the social scale. Eleanor is young, and she makes mistakes, but she is intelligent. Readers must be aware from the very beginning of the book of the difficult situation in which Eleanor is placed. Her father has died and her only male relative is her half-brother John Dashwood. The consequence is that Eleanor, her two sisters, and their mother must cope on a small income with no prospect of increasing that income except through advantageous marriages. The beginning of the novel is a bit confusing. Even early readers found it confusing because Austen has to establish the family relationships, but once they are established, we can see the difficulties of the situation that confronts these women. The options for women of their class are severely limited, and they do not merely bow to convention by acquiescing. They truly have no choice. Eleanor may be more intelligent than virtually anyone else in the novel, but as a woman without 126 substantial money, she is trapped, as she herself understands. She may rebel against her situation privately, but there is nothing she can do to change it. In many ways, Eleanor's mother has a clearer understanding of what is going on. We may laugh at Mrs. Dashwood, as we laugh at Mrs. Bennet in Pride and Prejudice. They are both often comical characters. But, from their limited viewpoints, they also have legitimate concerns. Yes, it is funny that they are both so anxious to see their daughters married, that they measure the suitability of potential husbands on a monetary scale, that Mrs. Bennet especially cares so little about affection or compatibility. They are nags, they are frequently insensitive. But from another perspective, they are absolutely correct. They are concerned for their daughter's well being. If the girls do not marry well, those girls will be in a terrible predicament, and from the mother's point of view, even a bad marriage, like that of Mr. and Mrs. Bennett, is far better than no marriage at all. In a society that judges people, families, and relationships on the basis of money, these right-thinking mothers are doing the best they can for their apparently ungrateful daughters. When we laugh at them, then we should also keep in mind the serious issues they have to confront and the kind of society that has made them into the kind of women they are. Still, from Eleanor's point of view, the behavior of her family is often intolerable. She believes in some kind of decorum. There are proper and improper ways of thinking and behaving. The rest of her family shares that conviction, but they have different standards of what is proper and improper. This conflict brings us to a consideration of the novel's title, Sense and Sensibility. In the 18th century, sensibility had a very clear meaning, involving what we might call sympathy for anyone who was experiencing misfortune. Such sympathy might be shown for the realistic, if expected, misfortunes of Samuel Richardson's Pamela, or for the very far-fetched and highly melodramatic misfortunes of Mrs. Radcliffe's Elena in the Italian. In fact, melodrama really lends itself to 18th century sensibility. Elena spends a great deal of her time crying and fainting, and readers were expected to share her emotions. Austen was aware of this approach to sensibility, but she uses the word somewhat differently. It would be too simplistic to say that Eleanor represents sense and Marianne represents sensibility, but through much of the novel those are their dominant character traits, and they each have to learn to adopt some of the other characteristic. It is difficult to discuss this point without revealing too much of the plot, but I will try. Early in the novel, Marianne evaluates Eleanor's prospective suitor Edward in revealing terms. He has been reading aloud to the family, a favorite pastime in pre-radio and pre-television days, and Marianne comments, "Eleanor has not my feelings, and therefore she may overlook it, and be happy with him. But it would have broke my heart, had I loved him, to hear him read with so little sensibility." One way of defining Marianne's notion of sensibility is as feelings, or more precisely, as feelings openly expressed. Marianne, in the fullness of her 16 years, has strong feelings about everything and practically no hesitation about making those feelings known. Her complaint about Edward, even about Eleanor, whom she loves deeply, is that they do not show sufficient feeling for things. Edward read poetry, but without the emotion that Marianne thinks it deserves, which makes him, in her eyes, devoid of sensibility. The narrator explains the differences between the sisters in the first chapter. 127. Eleanor possessed a strength of understanding, and coolness of judgment, which qualified her, though only 19, to be the counselor of her mother. Her feelings were strong, but she knew how to govern them. It was a knowledge which her mother had yet to learn, and which one of her sisters had resolved never to be taught. Marianne's abilities were, in many respects, quite equal to Eleanor's. She was sensible and clever, but eager in everything, her sorrows, her joys could have no moderation. She was generous, amiable, interesting, she was everything but prudent. I1. Eleanor does indeed have strong feelings, but she keeps them under such strict control that we know about them only because the narrator can enter her mind. Occasionally, she would be much better off, and readers would be much less frustrated, if she expressed her feelings. If she could be totally honest with Edward or with Lucy or with Mr. Dashwood, we would feel happier, though she would certainly not, and here we have an important distinction between her early 19th century views and our early 21st century views. Even Marianne, when she realizes how much Eleanor has suffered silently for her sake, is both grateful and ashamed, grateful because she would not have survived without Eleanor's aid, and ashamed because Eleanor's silence kept Marianne from seeing how deeply Eleanor was affected by events. Marianne, on the other hand, although she shares Eleanor's kind and generous nature, would be better off if she learned to control her feelings just a bit. Her romantic ideas and her insistence on acting on impulse create problems for her and for her family. Fortunately, I am not giving away much of the story when I say that Marianne and Eleanor do learn this lesson. They do not become interchangeable, and they do not lose their individual characteristics, but they do grow up, and we see that sense and sensibility does not mean that the sisters are divided between these two qualities, but that they must each learn to incorporate both qualities into their personalities. I also am not giving away too much of the story when I say that the novel ends with marriages. Like Shakespeare's comedies, though often with a clearer rationale, Austen's novels often end in marriage. The trick is to decide who will marry whom. In Shakespeare, those weddings signal a wholeness. Problems are resolved and couples can be paired off with some assurance that they will live happily ever after. The case is a bit different in Austen. There are wholeness and resolution in her novels, but because of their greater sense of verisimilitude, what we might call representational realism, we have a stronger feeling that the current triumph over problems is temporary. At the end of As You Like It, everyone heads back to their proper places, and we have a sense that there will be no more usurpations for a long time. At the end of Sense and Sensibility, though the proper characters are married and happy, we know that the society as a whole will continue to evaluate people in terms of their fortunes, and that the venial characters have succeeded as much as the admirable ones. We may feel that the admirable characters are happier, but we are probably wrong. Lucy 128 is and will be quite happy with the role she has chosen, since she is not burdened with the sense of insight of an Eleanor or a Marianne. She can share none of their perceptions. She lacks self-awareness and any possibility of self-criticism. She is convinced that she has triumphed over Eleanor and Marianne, and much of the world would agree with her. Eleanor and Marianne, and their small circle of true friends, are the oddities Austen's novels, in this way, remind me of Mozart's symphonies. They are exquisitely fashioned, the language is crisp and precise, the structure is elegant, the characters appear and function almost the way musical themes do. There is a sense of grace and sunniness in her novels, just as in Mozart's symphonies, and yet, also like the symphonies, there is a darker aspect to the works as well. Austen's sense of decorum is like Mozart's sense of harmony. It gives the impr's scion of well-being, of perfection. But underneath that appearance of perfection there is incredible depth, in which the decorum and the harmony are called into question. Reading Jane Austen seems to be a delightful occupation. The scene in Sense and Sensibility in which Mr. Dashwood decides what his obligations to his half-sisters must be is beautifully and amusingly done, but there is more to reading Austen than delight. Mr. Dashwood reveals his own selfishness, that of his wife, and that of a society that allows people like the Dashwoods to flourish. Jane Austen can be critical indeed, but like so many of her characters, she succeeds by understatement, and her criticism is never ill-mannered, which makes it even more devastating. A good example of Austen's technique can be found at the beginning of Pride and Prejudice, whose opening lines are almost as well known as the opening line of Melville's Moby Dick, "Call me Ishmael." Of course, the answer to the question, who is the narrator of Moby Dick, is not Ishmael. We do not know his name. He just tells us to call him Ishmael, for reasons that the reader must discover in the course of the book. So, too, the opening lines of Pride and Prejudice are not so simple as they seem. It is a truth universally acknowledged, that a single man in possession of a good fortune must be in want of a wife. However little known the feelings or views of such a man may be on his first entering a neighborhood, this truth is so well fixed in the minds of the surrounding families, that he is considered as the rightful property of some one or other of their daughters. I1. Is it, as the narrator seems to say, a truth that a single man in possession of a good fortune must be in want of a wife? Or is this a truth universally acknowledged, that is something that people have made into a truth simply because they think it is true, or should be true? Is it a truth at all? Does a wealthy single man necessarily need a wife? What Austen does in this brilliant sentence is to state a commonly held view, assert that commonly views are treated as universal truths, question whether 129. They ought to be so treated, and cast doubt on the truthfulness of this particular commonly held universal truth. Furthermore, the second sentence not only contributes to these implications of the first sentence but adds new implications of its own. When the narrator refers to these wealthy men as the rightful property of the local daughters, she adds irony upon irony. The men are wealthy because of what they own, but in the mercantile world of Jane Austen, where honest trade is regarded as a family blemish, courtship and marriage are approvingly regarded as commercial transactions. And in a society where, as we will see, women had few legal rights, where their right to own anything at all could be very doubtful. The notion that wealthy men could be their property was as much an illusion as the universal truth that wealthy single men automatically want wives. As we saw to a lesser degree in Sense and Sensibility, there is no mention here of affection, of moral worthiness, of any of the higher qualities that one might desire in the spouse of one's child. People are property. They are commodities measured by the size of their financial attributes. Mr. Bingley could be an axe murderer, but Mrs. Bennet wants him for her daughter, because he would be a wealthy, single axe murderer, and the only reason she rejects Darcy as a possible suitor for another daughter later on is that he seems socially too far above the Bennet family. As I mentioned earlier, Mrs. Bennet has some legitimate cause for anxiety about the future welfare of her daughters and herself, but although her behavior in this regard occasionally seems humorous, in too many instances it verges on the monstrous. She is a constant source of embarrassment to her two older daughters and to her husband, though he has the power to remove himself from her and avoid the worst of her behavior. The predicament of the Bennet family has a precise source. Mr. Bennet's estate, which means his income and his property, was entailed in default of heirs male. This situation is quite different from that in Sense and Sensibility, where Mrs. Dashwood and her three daughters are in a predicament because of the elder Mr. Dashwood's sudden death. He has asked his son, Eleanor, and Marianne's half-brother, to help them, a charge that the son insufficiently fulfills, but in Pride and Prejudice, the women's potential problem is the result of deliberate planning. According to the terms under which Mr. Bennet has inherited the estate, it must pass to another male head. The Bennets had another child, a boy. He would have inherited the estate and presumably have had some responsibility toward his mother and to any of his sisters who remained unmarried. But there was no boy, and so the estate is destined to be inherited by the pompous and foolish Mr. Collins. How were the girls expected to survive? They were expected to marry and become the responsibility of their husbands, and any of them who did not marry would become the responsibility of those who did, or of other relatives who would pity them and take them in. Since so much of the novel's action results from this peculiar arrangement, it was obviously important to Austen. If we combine this thought with the fact that there are 5 Bennet daughters, we find something very interesting, because 2 of the daughters, Mary and Kitty, play almost no role in the novel, and could easily have been dispensed with. But Austen had a reason for giving the Bennets 5 daughters. In the biblical book of Numbers, we find the story of the 5 daughters of Zelophehad, who are about to lose their patrimony because their father died without a son. Why, they ask, should the name of our father be done away from among his 130 family, because he had no son? Give us a possession among the brethren of our father. Moses is in a quandary, and takes the case directly to God, who tells him, "The daughters of Zelophehad speak right, thou shalt surely give them a possession of an inheritance among their father's brethren, and thou shalt cause the inheritance of their father to pass unto them. And thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel, saying, If a man die, and have no son, then ye shall cause his inheritance to pass unto his daughter. Numbers 27, 1-8. In short, the entailment that causes so much trouble in this novel violates divine law, and it is no accident that the man who is to inherit the estate, Mr. Collins, is a clergyman. He is a clergyman who advises Mr. Bennet, when one of his daughters is in trouble, to console yourself as much as possible, to throw off your unworthy child from your affection forever, and leave her to reap the fruit of her own heinous offense. 3.6. Apparently Mr. Collins has little regard for either testament, and that is just Austen's point. Mr. Collins, the official representative of religion, is a hypocrite. He honors authority and mouths Christian pieties, but his actions are transparently selfish. So it is with many of the novel's characters, and so it is with a society that would allow a Mr. Collins to represent its religious interests. Again, in her understated way, Austen is satirizing what she sees going on around her. In this case, the treatment of women as less than full people and the concurrence of religion in perpetuating social inequities. There are, of course, other examples in all of Austen's works of the same attitude toward women. In Sense and Sensibility, for instance, where so much of the action takes place in the city, Eleanor and Marianne are confined to the house unless an appropriate person, a man or an older woman, can be found to chaperone them. At least in the country the women can go out walking on their own, though their lives are circumscribed in other ways. Austen seems to present their lives in matter-of-fact terms, as though she is simply describing the way things are. She is, perhaps, too polite to criticize openly, but there is always a substratum of criticism. Like Elizabeth Bennet, whose words are almost always polite and proper, even when they are double-edged, Austen manages to convey both senses at once, the sense of verisimilitude, this is how things are, and the sense of satirical criticism, the way things are is absurd and harmful. Every so often she slips in a comment that gets exactly to the point without disturbing the decorum of the narrative. My favorite example comes when Elizabeth is visiting Lady Catherine, who spends her time interfering in everyone else's lives, giving orders and making decisions for them. At one point, the narrator says, the party then gathered round the fire to hear Lady Catherine determine what weather they were to have on the morrow. 2.6. This devastating and revealing attack seems to be just part of the narrative, but the attentive reader who has not been lulled by the matter-of-fact way that the statement is made may well be taken aback by the bluntness of the criticism. A more serious example of the technique can be found when Charlotte Lucas agrees to marry Mr. Collins. 131. Mr. Collins, to be sure, was neither sensible nor agreeable, his society was irksome, and his attachment to her must be imaginary. But still he would be her husband without thinking highly either of men or of matrimony. Marriage had always been her object, it was the only honorable provision. For well-educated young women of small fortune, and however uncertain of giving happiness, must be their pleasantest preservation from want. I-22. What the narrator says here is what Austen demonstrates in so many places in the novel, but this is the clearest statement of the real meaning of marriage in her society. It provides security for the women but makes no guarantee of happiness for anyone. Such is surely the case for Mr. and Mrs. Bennet, neither of whom is terribly happy in marriage. We can only hope that the happy couples at the novel's end will transcend the models that predominate in the book and in their lives. The narrator hints that they will. The narrator's role in the novel stands in interesting contrast to the role of Mr. Bennet. I remember being told when I first studied Pride and Prejudice that Mr. Bennet is a satirist in much the same way that Austen's narrator is, but actually there are major differences between them. Like the narrator, Mr. Bennet has a well-developed sense of the absurd, and he knows that he does. As he says to Elizabeth H. toward the end of the novel, "For what do we live, but to make sport for our neighbors, and laugh at them in our turn." 3.15. When he says this, he and Elizabeth are in his library, the private room to which he retires to avoid his wife and daughters and most of their visitors. This is the room where he spends most of the book. He removes himself from the action and then acts as though he is therefore above the action. For instance, early in the book Mrs. Bennet contrives to have Jane stranded at Netherfield, the home of Mr. Bingley. Because of Mrs. Bennet's scheming, Jane is caught in the rain and catches a cold. Mr. Bennet's comment is that if your daughter should have a dangerous fit of illness, if she should die, it would be a comfort to know that it was all in pursuit of Mr. Bingley, and under your orders, I-7. We must keep in mind that a cold in the early 19th century was nothing to sneeze at. Marianne's illness in Sense and Sensibility is quite serious, and George Washington died of complications from a cold, one of the complications being the medical treatment of the time. Jane does become quite ill. But Mr. Bennet, instead of taking a stand, instead of asserting authority over what he recognizes as his wife's foolishness, as a 19th century husband might, does nothing to stop her from endangering the happiness and even the lives of their children. His wife's activities give him material to laugh at, but he never makes any attempt to stop her or to protect his daughters, not even the two he likes, Jane and Elizabeth. He has no hesitation about expressing his scorn for the other three. The combination of his scorn and his desire to remove himself from the action while he laughs at human follies very nearly has a catastrophic result. That matters work out satisfactorily is none of his doing. Like the narrator, he laughs satirically at particular behaviors, but unlike the narrator, he seems incapable of seeing the whole picture. Of course, the narrator has the advantage of omniscience, but Mr. Bennet seems unaware that there is a whole picture. He does show some awareness of his errors. 132. During one of the novel's crises, but he knows himself well enough to know that he will not change his behavior. What is remarkable is that Elizabeth does have that awareness. She is not content simply to laugh at follies, though she does that, too, but she draws conclusions, and then acts upon those conclusions. Elizabeth, however, had never been blind to the impropriety of her father's behavior as a husband. She had always seen it with pain, but, respecting his abilities, and grateful for his affectionate treatment of herself, she endeavored to forget what she could not overlook, but she had never felt so strongly as now, the disadvantages which must attend the children of so unsuitable a marriage, nor ever been so fully aware of the evils arising from so ill-judged a direction of talents. Talents which rightly used, might at least have preserved the respectability of his daughters, even if incapable of enlarging the mind of his wife. 2.19. We can see several remarkable points in this passage. First, we can notice how clearly Elizabeth sees most things. On some vital questions she, like Darcy, is blinded by her pride and her prejudice, and the novel describes how she must learn to overcome those factors. But generally she sees quite keenly. Furthermore, she is not afraid to be critical even of her father, whom she loves. And finally, it is interesting to notice how closely Elizabeth's thoughts match those of the narrator, who has expressed similar sentiments throughout the novel. In fact, Elizabeth is very much like the narrator, except that the narrator already knows what Elizabeth must learn. In sense and sensibility it was often difficult to distinguish between the narrator's views and Eleanor's, and here, too, we get the sense that Elizabeth is a young version of the narrator. This similarity between the two voices does not mean that the novel is autobiographical. Elizabeth is not Jane Austen, and neither is Eleanor, but she is like Jane Austen in being an acute observer and a quick satirist. There is a wonderful passage where Jane, who seldom attributes bad motives to anyone, utters a critical remark, to which Elizabeth responds, "That is the most unforgiving speech that I ever heard you utter." Good girl. 3.13. I feel like I can hear Austen's laughter as she wrote that line. Austen may have used herself partly as a model for these characters, but the most important impression that we come away with can be found in something Elizabeth says to Mr. Collins, who has just proposed to her and tries to explain her rejection of him as a form of feminine flirting. Elizabeth, trying to convince him of how serious she is, says, "Do not consider me now as an elegant female intending to plague you, but as a rational creature speaking the truth from her heart." I-19. That may seem like a fairly ordinary statement to us, and we may even object that elsewhere in the novel Elizabeth is not guided by rationality. We must realize, though, that in Austen's day, and even in our time, the claim that a woman is rational rather than emotional could be viewed as revolutionary. There has been a long history of denying rationality to women. The word hysteria comes from the Greek for womb, and hysteria was long seen as an affliction of women, so that Elizabeth's assertion of her own rationality, especially to a tradition-bound fool like Mr. Collins, is far from ordinary. And if Elizabeth is extraordinary for saying it, how much more extraordinary was Austen for writing it? If Elizabeth is such a rational creature, why does she make so many mistakes? Often. She is the only person who reads correctly, whether we are talking about situations. 133. People, or letters. When Jane receives a letter from Mississippi Bingley, she misreads it, while Elizabeth sees what it really says, and Elizabeth frequently, with the eye of a satirist, sees beneath the surface meaning of what people say to get to their full meaning. But in the cases of Darcy and Wickham, she is guided by both her pride and her prejudices, and makes some dreadful errors. On the other hand, unlike so many of the novel's characters, she learns from her errors. After she learns the truth about Wickham and Darcy, she tells Jane, one has got all the goodness, and the other all the appearance of it. 2.17. The task of the rational creature, the novelist, and of the satirist is to get beyond the appearance, and Elizabeth is still learning how to do so, how to read people and how to read the world, not looking for hidden meanings but looking to see what they really say. Both she and Darcy, the novel's most intelligent characters, make the same mistakes. Their early conversations, when they are, in effect, fencing with each other, are amusing. It is especially interesting to see how rude Elizabeth can be when, after accusing him of pride, she behaves with far more pride than anyone. Part of her reaction is certainly justified by Darcy's condescension and by her loyalty to Jane, but part of it comes from her joy in being able to triumph over Darcy. Naturally, since we are reading Jane Austen, the situation is more complicated than it at first appears. Elizabeth is not entirely wrong in her reading of Darcy. Darcy is proud, though part of his pride is the result of the class distinctions that characterized his society. Although he is beloved by his servants, he is not accustomed to socializing with people of Elizabeth's class. In addition, he is shy, a characteristic that is often mistaken for pride. Consequently, though he and Elizabeth share so many views, they have a great deal of trouble communicating. Furthermore, he is understandably put off by some members of her family, though she is often mortified by their behavior as well, and he is just as embarrassed by the behavior of Lady Catherine, his relative. There is so much for them to break through, their own pride and prejudice and the pride and prejudice of everyone around them, that it is surprising they have any success at all. Their success, however, is vital to Jane Austen's view of the world. Given the obsession of the world she describes with money, status, and power, it is vital that at least some of her characters show the possibility of escaping from those obsessions. Some characters like Marianne in Sense and Sensibility and Lydia in Pride and Prejudice rely on love to free them, though in Lydia's case especially, love is viewed as a means to raise her status. Marianne, however, learns from her experience and what she learns is much like what Eleanor, Elizabeth, Darcy, and Jane know almost instinctively, that living a truly engaged life requires a degree of selflessness. The societal obsession with money, status, and power requires an individual to think primarily of self. How can I achieve money, status, and power? Marianne, through much of Sense and Sensibility, behaves selfishly, and it is only when she realizes how much Eleanor has suffered for her that she understands what is required of her. Elizabeth and Jane almost always think of others first, as, to everyone's surprise, does Darcy. The society they inhabit may be petty and venal, but as long as characters like these exist, pettiness and venality cannot be entirely triumphant. In their charming and decorous way, these characters are subversives, undercutting the beliefs and customs of their society and showing that there are other, better ways to behave. 134. It is marvelous, therefore, to watch how Austen creates these characters and sets them in motion. Everything that happens in the novels must happen the way it does. There is a feeling of inevitability about it. These are ultimately sunny books with just enough shadows to make them believable, and to remind us that, despite appearances, the world is never a simple place. Jane Austen and her narrator saw the world clearly. Elizabeth learned to see it clearly. With their help, perhaps we can learn too. Readers who enjoy Sense and Sensibility and Pride and Prejudice might well want to look into Austen's other novels. I am partial to Mansfield Park, but Emma and Persuasion are wonderful books, too. These books take a somewhat darker view of the world, but they are enjoyable. Northanger Abbey is also fun, though it depends for much of its effect on a knowledge of Gothic romance, so read some of Mrs. Radcliffe's work first. It can also be instructive to read some of the works that are roughly contemporary with Austen's. Fanny Binney's Evelina is fun to read, and it is especially instructive to read the novels of Sir Walter Scott. Scott was exceptionally popular in his time, and through much of the 19th century, but except perhaps for Ivanhoe, he is not read much today. Comparing works like Waverley or Rob Roy to Sense and Sensibility or Pride and Prejudice can show us why Scott writes fine adventures, but his characters do not approach the depth of Austen's characters. Scott's people are caught up in historical events, while Austen's characters, though they inhabit a society quite different from our own, have experiences to which we can more closely relate. At the same time, Scott's novels, like Ivanhoe, Rob Roy, Kenilworth, and others can be great fun to read. Many of his novels were transformed into operas by 19th-century composers. I particularly recommend reading The Bride of Lammermoor and then seeing what Donizetti did with it in his superb opera Lucia de Lammermoor. And by all means, don't forget the great novels of Charlotte and Emily Bronte that we mentioned earlier. Again, they are quite different from Austen's works, but they are fun to read. 135. Chapter 9 Charles Dickens, Bleak House. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. In the introduction, I wrote that the works I have covered in this book were chosen purely on the basis of my preferences. As an academic, I am supposed to have an area of specialization, though I have always had trouble focusing on a single area of literature to the exclusion of others. Theoretically, however, my areas of specialization are the Middle Ages and the Renaissance. I mention this point because the present chapter concerns one of my favorite writers, a writer remote from the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, Charles Dickens. Dickens, who lived through the middle of the 19th century, has come to represent Victorian England for many readers. While Dickens does, indeed, describe certain aspects of 19th century England, his portrait of the period should not be regarded as all-inclusive. Perhaps a better portrait of the period can be found in the many novels of Anthony Trollope. These are fine works, enjoyable to read, with good plots and interesting characters, but for me, at least, they lack the magic of Dickens' works. Trollope's novels have a far greater level of realism, of verisimilitude. Dickens' novels seem realistic, but his realism is an illusion. Of course, any literary realism is an illusion, since the only reality in a literary work is the words on the page. If Gabriel Garcia Marquez decides that one of his characters, Remedios the Beautiful, should ascend to heaven while she is hanging out the laundry, then in the context of 100 Years of Solitude, that is what is real. But when we talk about literary realism, we are usually talking about how closely the world of the novel corresponds to the world we inhabit. Since no one is known to have ascended to heaven while hanging laundry, and since the possibility of such an event seems remote, we can say that Garcia Marquez does not use realism, or that he uses magic realism. Because no one now living was alive during Victorian times, it is difficult for us, even for those among us who have studied the Victorian era, to know for certain what everyday life was like then. In Trollope's novels, we get the feeling that he is describing everyday life and everyday people. In Dickens' novels, on the other hand, we often get that feeling, but when we look beneath the surface, we can see that Dickens has tricked us. Like all of the greatest writers, he is a magician, and the miracle is that he continues to cast his spell on us. Naturally, the question of literary realism entails many more complications. We might wonder about which American author best represents the reality of America. Is there a single novel written in 20th century America, or is there a single 20th century American author, whose collected works could represent 20th century America? Of course not. We are too diverse, and writers, however broad and inclusive their vision might be, are too limited to be able to depict an entire culture. For these reasons, there will never be such a thing as the great American novel, although there are many great American novels. In terms of verisimilitude, Moby Dick is a travesty. 136. For one thing, much of the information about whales is incorrect, and it has always seemed to me that the owners of the Pequod, in their effort to make a profit, would have been unlikely to entrust their ship to a monomaniac like Captain Ahab. On the other hand, in terms of what it says about America and Americans of different kinds, what it says about human beings, and what it says about the difficulties of inhabiting this world, Moby Dick is a marvelous and much maligned novel. Many readers are inclined to skip the passages about whales, but those passages, largely because of their fictionality, are vital to the novel. Melville makes them seem real. In terms of Sito Loti, they are fictional; in terms of his novel, they are certainly real. They tell us something about the world as Melville saw it, about America as Melville saw it, and as inhabitants of that world and heirs of that America, we should be interested in Melville's brilliantly presented vision. So it is with Dickens. His novels are rooted in the particularities of 19th century England, and they are full of the most outrageous characters and the most bizarre situations, characters and situations that could never have existed. In Bleak House, the novel we will be considering in this chapter, a character spontaneously combusts. Nevertheless, they show us important things about certain kinds of societies. They enlighten us about human relationships. They make clear the effects of industrialization on human beings, even for a post-industrial culture like ours. And they accomplish these things with humor and with humanity. They are remarkable achievements. There are, however, three objections that are often raised against Dickens' novels. These involves the length of those novels, their sentimentality, and the extraordinary amount of coincidence that pervades them. These are serious objections, but there are ways of explaining each of them. Let me begin by noting that for most Americans, if they have read a Dickens novel, it was probably A Tale of Two Cities, and if they have read two Dickens novels, the second one was probably Great Expectations. The reason for these selections is easy to see. They, along with Hard Times, are Dickens' shortest complete novels, and given the amount of time that teachers have for teaching, with college semesters now at about 14 weeks, our inclination is to use the shorter works. Furthermore, we tend to be in too much of a hurry in our everyday lives to read very long books. I have been using Tolstoy's War and Peace in one of my courses for years, and once the students get over the shock of having to read 1,400 pages, they discover that the book is not terribly difficult and that they actually like it. But before they begin reading it, they are not very happy with me. Since some of Dickens' greatest novels are closer to 1,000 pages than they are to 500 pages long, their sheer bulk tends to put readers off. Unfortunately, A Tale of Two Cities is in many ways not typical Dickens. It is, to be sure, a wonderful book. The image of Madame Defarge and her knitting is priceless, and Sidney Carton's self-sacrifice, along with his concluding speech, can never be forgotten. Furthermore, the novel does deal with themes that are present in other Dickens novels. Still, most of Dickens' works are about England, and most of them are about England at roughly Dickens' own time, while A Tale of Two Cities is about France in the 18th century. Furthermore, Tale's relative brevity works against its being typical Dickens. Because of that brevity, Dickens does not have the time to develop his 137 usual panoramic view. Great Expectations, however, is about the same length as A Tale of Two Cities, and it most certainly is typically Dickensian. There are, however, simple explanations for the length of Dickens' novels. One explanation is quite practical. Dickens wrote most of his novels to be published in monthly installments, and the more installments he wrote, the more magazines would be sold. That explanation is probably a bit too mercenary. Though Dickens was very much concerned with his finances, as who is not, his novels do not contain filler put there to increase their length. But the fact remains that the longer a novel ran, the better it was for Dickens. Bleak House ran for 18 months and was very popular. Of course, an 800-page novel looks daunting to us, but if we were to divide it into 18 monthly sections, each section would be about 45 pages long. Just the psychological effect of 18 45-page sections rather than a single 800-page monster makes the work less daunting. What always amazes me is that these long novels, in fact, everything we have discussed so far in this book, were written by hand. Imagine writing an 800-page novel by hand. Of course, after their serialization, Dickens published his novels in book form, and they retained their popularity. Perhaps his readers did not feel as rushed as we do. We know from Austen, Trollope, and other writers that middle-class women, and many middle-class men had very little that they were required to do and were more willing to read long works while they sat around waiting for television to be invented. They certainly did not have all the distractions that we do. If, however, we give these long novels a chance, we often find that they are captivating. Every novel creates a world, but the longer the novel is, the more developed that world can be. Dickens' finest novels, with their wide-ranging settings, their traversal of England's social classes, their focus on the problems of Victorian society, truly do feel like they capture the whole of that society. And if we read these books at a leisurely pace, not rushing through them but savoring Dickens' language and enjoying his characters, we can enter what one of my teachers called the world of his novels. Entering that world, naturally, entails accepting many of his conventions, including his sentimentality. We still like to have our emotions toyed with. Not only do soap operas flourish, but people often rush to movies where they can have a good cry. The ability of the arts to affect our emotions in this way is not only important but potentially healthy. It lies behind Aristotle's doctrine of catharsis. Pure sentimentality, however, like pure oxygen, can be too much of a good thing. If sentimentality arises from natural situations, it may be fine, but if it arises from overt manipulation, may people object to it. I, for one, do not want to see a film whose sole purpose is to elicit tears. Though I may be moved to tears by a particularly fine film. The question is whether this arousing of emotions is a means or an end. Sentimentality sees it as an end. Dickens certainly does have his share of sentimentality and of the melodrama that creates such sentimentality. My favorite example is The Old Curiosity Shop, a very long book, much of which is devoted to the death of Little Nell. Hundreds of pages are devoted to the death of Little Nell. It is the longest death scene in the history of literature. I am, frankly, relieved when Little Nell finally gives up the ghost, but Dickens' original audience loved the whole morbid thing. They waited for installment after 138 installment, hoping, perhaps, that antibiotics would be discovered and Nell could be saved. Clearly, though I like The Old Curiosity Shop, I find that aspect overdone. Dickens' sentimentality, however, is mostly better than that, and it is so for a specific reason. Dickens was highly sensitive to social wrongs and injustices. His feelings probably stemmed from his experiences as a child, but whatever their origin might have been, those feelings appear in novel after novel, as he explores problems in education, in the factories, in the financial system, in politics, in the law, and in the treatment of the poor. He is especially sensitive to the effects of social wrongs on children. He could have used those feelings to gather data and write sociological studies of child labor or corrupt politicians. He undoubtedly would have done a fine job and then been forgotten. Instead, he wrote novels that reveal and explore these problems, that illustrate their effects on people to whom we feel close. It may seem foolish for us to weep over the death of a little boy whose only reality is as words on a page, but if we can be moved by fictional characters, perhaps we can be more sensitive to their real-life counterparts. I suspect that some of the objections to Dickens' sentimentality come from people who object to being reminded of the social wrongs that we all tolerate all of the time. Rather than considering the important points that Dickens is making, they develop aesthetic objections, thereby relieving themselves of the guilt they might feel for taking part in a corrupt and oppressive system. In Bleak House, the death of Joe is not there for entertainment or to produce a gratuitous shedding of tears. Joe is a young boy on his own, with no one to watch out for him, to care for him, to love him. He does not even have a last name. He has nowhere to live. He survives on the scant charity of others, and the fact that he barely survives is a comment on the level of charity in Dickens' England. When he finally does receive the attention he deserves as a human being, it is too late, and his pitiful death, as he tries to learn the words of the Lord's prayer, is a condemnation of the divine and human systems that made his life what it was. Dickens can be very funny when he wants to be, but he can also be bitter. Joe's death is not simply sentimental. It is social criticism, and if we shed tears when we read about it, we are mourning for him, for all the Joss that we know still exist, and for ourselves, because we live in a world where Joss can and do exist. Dickens' sentimentality, then, stems from his concern with human relationships, and not all that sentimentality conveys tragedy. Nothing makes Dickens more happily sentimental than a loving family. The Bagnets in Bleak House are a wonderful example. Mr. and Mrs. Bagnet have their little peculiarities. She is all business, and he bows to her every opinion while pretending that they are his own, but they love and respect each other, they dote on their children, and they treat everyone they encounter with dignity. They are not financially well off, but they are among the richest characters in the novel, and when Dickens focuses the story on them, we can almost see him smile at their eccentricities while he delights in their warmth. Dickens' concern with human relationships brings us to the third of the criticisms often leveled against him, his reliance on coincidences. So much literature depends on coincidence that the charge against Dickens might seem specious. Romeo is in love with Rosalind when he just happens to see Juliet, who just happens to be the daughter of his father's bitterest enemy. Sure. The Danish king builds his new castle in the neighborhood where Grendel and his mother just happen to live. Right. Huck Finn and 139. Jim just happened to come across the body of Huck's father. Of course. But if coincidences abound in literature, they are everywhere in Dickens. His characters turn out to be related to each other at an alarming rate, or they know each other's secret histories with amazing accuracy. It may seem that Dickens too often takes the easy way out by suddenly revealing a relationship that no one expected, but for Dickens, these coincidences are not merely plot devices. They express an important point about his view of the world. At one point in Bleak House, Mr. Jarndyce and Mr. Woodcourt, looking at the dying Joe, both think how strangely fate has entangled this rough outcast in the web of very different lives. Chapter 47. Dickens' point here is central to the novel. Joe is indeed an outcast in his society, poor, neglected, and dying. And yet he is intimately involved in the lives of all the major characters. The web of very different lives is an excellent image for the idea Dickens is trying to convey. Who would think there might be a connection between the haughty, rich, and pompous Sir Leicester Dedlock and a person like Joe? What connection can there have been between many people in the innumerable histories of this world, who, from opposite sides of great gulfs, have, nevertheless, been very curiously brought together? Chapter 16. But the point is that social life is a web and that all these lives truly are connected. When we begin to read Bleak House, we seem to be reading several stories at the same time. A large number of characters are introduced relatively quickly, and the reader might well wonder what, if anything, they have to do with each other. As the novel progresses, however, the reader starts to see patterns of relationships. The characters themselves, like the reader, may be unaware of these patterns, which is perfectly natural. More problematical is their ignorance that such patterns are possible. If Sir Lester sees no possibility of a connection between himself and Jo, then he makes himself incapable of ever seeing such a connection, and he forces the Joss of the world into the position of outcast. If, on the other hand, Mr. Jarndyce recognizes the possibility of such connections, then he includes rather than excludes people. The difference is that between generosity and selfishness, the web is there. The question is whether we can see it, or whether we want to acknowledge it. I may be my brother's keeper, but I also must know who my brother is. So Dickens' novels may seem to be full of coincidences, but those coincidences are meaningful. They ask us to consider the web of very different lives, to consider the connections, or even the possibility of connections, that exist among us. Those characters in Bleak House who see the world from this perspective are certainly far happier than those who do not. One element in the novel that helps us see this point is its dual narration. Approximately half of the novel's chapters are narrated by Esther Summerson, who necessarily sees the story from her own limited point of view. The other half are narrated by an unnamed, omniscient narrator. Both are writing long after the action of the story has taken place, but their approaches are, as we should expect, quite different. Esther tells the story in the precise order that she became aware of things, but since she is one of the people who is open to the possibilities of the web, she aids us in discovering those possibilities. The anonymous narrator, who knows everything, does not share Esther's sense of discovery. His presentation is more objective. These are the connections that exist, while Esther's is subjective. There are the connections as I discovered them. Both narrators point to the connections, but they do so from different perspectives. 140. One important distinction between the narrators is that Esther is less likely to be overtly critical of characters or situations. Esther tends to look for the good in people. Though she is not simply a Pollyanna, she cares for the people around her and finds it difficult to believe that people can intentionally behave badly. When she is confronted with evidence, however, as in the case of Harold Skimpole, about whom we will have more to say, she does not hesitate to state her opinion. She recognizes, too, the absurdity of Mrs. Jellyby, whose concern for Africa outweighs her concern for her own children, and the selfishness of that antiquated dandy Mr. Turveydrop, and doesn't Dickens create wonderful names, but since there would be nothing gained by confronting these characters with their failures, she does not bother. She is critical of the educational system that taught Richard to make Latin verses of several sorts, in the most admirable manner, but that never prepared him to do anything practical in life. Chapter 13. Her response to evil and suffering is to try to relieve them, and she, along with characters like Mr. Jarndyce and the Bagnets, engages in many acts of kindness and charity. She is certainly aware of the actual conditions around her, though she is perhaps too polite to harp on them directly. Her use of indirect comment can be seen in one of her conversations with Mississippi Flight. I said it was not the custom in England to confer titles on men distinguished by peaceful services, however good and great, unless, occasionally, when they consisted of the accumulation of some very large amount of money. Why, good gracious, said Mississippi Flight, how can you say that? Surely you know, my dear, that all the greatest ornaments of England in knowledge, imagination, active humanity, and improvement of every sort, are added to its nobility. Look round you, my dear, and consider. You must be rambling a little now, I think, if you don't know that this is the great reason why titles will always last in the land. I am afraid she believed what she said, for there were moments when she was very mad indeed. Chapter 35. Only a madwoman, Esther says, would believe that good deeds in the service of humanity are rewarded by a grateful England. The anonymous narrator, on the other hand, is openly critical. His attitude toward the Didlocks and their circle, which can be seen from the second chapter onward, is one of scorn and criticism. His references to the fashionable intelligence, that sector of society that cares about the activities of a moribund but still oppressive upper class, reveal his attitude to both the upper classes and to those who support them. His constant references to the Didlocks footmen as Mercuries or powdered Mercuries betray a hostility to a society that admires ostentatious shows of wealth in the midst of crushing poverty. Sometimes his criticisms are merely implied, as they are. 141. When he mentions as part of a larger story that Mrs. Rounsewell, the Didlocks housekeeper, felt obligated to report to Sir Leicester her own son's participation in activities that, while harmless, were not to Sir Leicester's liking. The implications of the story are clear, so powerful is the hold of the Didlocks, the rich, that parents, out of a misplaced sense of loyalty, are willing to inform on their children. At other times the narrator is bitter in his comments, for he is outraged at what he sees around him. When Joe dies, the narrator says, "Dead, Your Majesty. Dead, my lords and gentlemen. Dead, right reverends and wrong reverends of every order. Dead, men and women. Born with heavenly compassion in your hearts, and dying thus around us every day." Chapter 47. The narrator, and by extension Dickens, implicates the whole of British society in Joe's death. From the Queen through the nobility and the religious establishment down to all those people who profess compass, Zion but do nothing, all are guilty of Joe's death and of the deaths of so many others. The narrator understands and proclaims the implications of what he sees. it is instructive to compare Esther's and the narrator's comments on poverty. When Esther is visiting one of the poor families that she helps, she says, "I thought it very touching to see these two women, coarse and shabby and beaten, so united, to see what they could be to one another, to see how they felt for one another, how the heart of each to each was softened by the hard trials of their lives. I think the best side of such people is almost hidden from us. What the poor are to the poor is little known, excepting to themselves and God." Chapter 83. A little while later, in describing the burial of Nemo, which means no one and is another testimonial to the dehumanizing effects of this society, the narrator says, "With houses looking on every side, save where a reeking little tunnel of a court gives access to the iron gate, with every villainy of life in action, close on death, and every poisonous element of death in action close on life. Here, they lower our dear brother down a foot or two, here, sow him in corruption, to be raised in corruption, an avenging ghost at many a sick bedside, a shameful testimony to future ages, how civilization and barbarism walked this boastful island together." Chapter 11. Esther sees the problem in terms of human relationships, while the narrator sees it in the more objective terms of moral judgment. Both views are correct. From there, 142 different perspectives, and by giving us both narrators, Dickens allows us to see clearly both perspectives. Those perspectives raise another problem. We do not know why Esther is writing her account of the story. She has been asked to write it, but we do not know by whom or for what reason. Although it contains much that is critical, it is a highly personal story, and recounts many acts of individual kindness. Such acts will not reform the system, but they do bring some relief to individuals. The anonymous narrator, on the other hand, is writing to tell a story, but he does so, we feel, in order to challenge the system. Lest anyone think that I am using a 21st century concept of the system, let me cite the words of one of the novel's unfortunate characters, Gridley. "The system. I am told, on all hands, it's the system. I mustn't look to individuals. It's the system. I mustn't go into court, and say, 'My lord, I beg to know this from you, is this right or wrong? Have you the face to tell me I have received justice, and therefore am dismissed?' My lord knows nothing of it. He sits there, to administer the system." Chapter 15. Gridley recognizes that the system is composed of individuals, each of whom consents to being part of the system and therefore bears responsibility for it. At the same time, the system seems to have a life of its own, a life which someone like Mr. Jarndyce can avoid, or in which someone like Richard can become fatally entangled. What, then, is the system? It often happens that readers, in trying to pin down what a book is about, will isolate a particular theme and declare that that theme is the subject of the book. Dickens' Martin Chuzzlewit is supposed to be about selfishness, while Bleak House is supposed to be about the law. There is indeed a law case at the center of Bleak House, the infamous case of Jarndyce and Jarndyce, a case that has dragged on for so long, involved so many documents and so many lawyers, and ruined so many lives that no one can keep track of it. Lawyers, as we all know, have been the target of much criticism and humor, from Shakespeare's "The First Thing We Do, Let's Kill All the Lawyers," to Henry VI, "For I," to "What's brown and looks good on a lawyer?" A. Doberman. Certainly the lawyers who populate the pages of Bleak House are less than admirable, from Mr. Tulkinghorn, who is always in the shadows, always appearing out of the dark, to Mr. V. Holes, a vole is a burrowing rodent, who looks like death. While Jarndyce and Jarndyce drags on year after year, legions of lawyers make a living from it. In fact, it is not in their interest for the case to be settled, and so for them, the system is wonderful. As Mr. Kenge says to Mr. Jarndyce, "My dear sir, this is a very great country. Its system of equity is a very great system, a very great system." Really? Really? Chapter 62. So the law is certainly one of Dickens' main targets in Bleak House, but this is not a novel about legal reform in the sense that Upton Sinclair's The Jungle is a novel about reforms in the meatpacking industry. Dickens makes not a single practical suggestion for reforming a single clear flaw in the legal system. That system, as we see over and over in the novel, is awful for everyone besides the 143 lawyers, but that system is symptomatic of larger problems in England that are Dickens' real targets. When Gridley comments on the system, he is commenting specifically on the legal system, but he is also commenting on a larger, more amorphous system that entraps almost everyone. The openings of novels are very important. They often not only set a tone for the rest of the novel, but they may indicate the novel's thematic concerns. A good example is Thomas Hardy's Return of the Native, which opens with a long chapter describing Egnon Heath, the novel's physical setting. On a first reading, the reader may wonder why the chapter is there, but if the reader returns to that chapter after having finished the novel, it becomes clear how that chapter prepares us for the rest of the book, how it incorporates the setting and the themes of that highly unchanged Deerful novel. The first chapter of Bleak House, too, serves this function. This chapter, entitled "In Chancery," introduces us to the case of Jarndyce and Jarndyce, but it does far more. One of the oddities of this novel is that the place called Bleak House is one of the least bleak locales in the book. The bleakest settings are in London, and it is no accident that the novel opens, "London. Michaelmas term lately over, and the Lord Chancellor sitting in Lincoln's Inn Hall. Implacable November weather." The beginning of this chapter not only describes bleakness, it is itself bleak. In fact, the novel's first grammatically complete sentence does not occur until the fourth paragraph. The first paragraph consisting entirely of sentence fragments, describes mud, smoke, and soot, as well as the faceless crowd, foot passengers, jostling one another's umbrellas, in a general infection of ill temper, and losing their footholds at street corners, where tens of thousands of other foot passengers have been slipping and sliding since the day broke. If this day ever broke, adding more deposits to the crust upon crust of mud, sticking at those points tenaciously to the pavement, and accumulating at compound interest. The paragraph begins with London and moves directly to the area of the law courts, after which it describes tens of thousands of individuals, their individualism, emphasized by their individual jostling umbrellas that hide their individuality, all adding to the mud and filth that characterize the city. The second paragraph, again consisting entirely of fragments, describes the fog everywhere. The people of this great city live in a perpetual fog, a fog that is both literal and metaphorical. Literally, London was a foggy city, largely because of the smoke generated by factories and fireplaces. Metaphorically, the people of London, all of those individuals adding to the filth, lived in a moral fog, as the rest of the novel illustrates. Every character, no matter how venal or self-serving, can justify his or her behavior. Almost no one seems to see the misery that surrounds them, the poverty, the injustice, the suffering, and even fewer take responsibility for it. The legal system, which professes its concern for equity but which is horribly flawed, becomes the perfect metaphor for England and for the system that treats human beings like objects, grinds them down, and then disposes of them. This novel is no expose of the legal system. Instead, it uses the well-known flaws of the legal system to comment on the failings of the society. We see it in the deadlocks and we see it in the most poverty-stricken of the poor. Sir Leicester bears an especially heavy responsibility because he is wealthy and because he is in the government, where he worries about political intrigues involving Lord Boodle and Lord Coodle, Sir Thomas Tootle, the Duke of Foodle, Goodle, and so 144 on through the alphabet, or on the other side, Buffy, Cuffy, Duffy, and so on. If instead of playing such political games, the Sir Leicesters of England devoted their time to solving the country's real problems, they might be able to do some good, but Sir Leicester cannot devote himself to solving problems of whose existence he is unaware, problems about which he chooses to be unaware. Dickens' scorn is obvious. But the poor are not automatically good either. The husbands of Jenny and Liz beat their wives, and Crook is a crook. On the other hand, there are numerous individuals who address the problems that Dickens points out in their own private ways. Esther and Mr. Jarndyce are clear examples, as are George, the Bagnets, Mr. Woodcourt, Jenny, and Liz, and ultimately even Lady Dedlock, but they all operate as individuals, seemingly powerless against a system that appears to run on its own energy. Perhaps the most telling example of individual charity is Mr. Snagsby. The other charitable characters are openly charitable and gain some satisfaction from their good deeds, but poor Mr. Snagsby, who is meek, who is kind to his servant Guster, like Joe, a character without a last name, who is afraid of Tulkinghorn and of his own jealous wife, is frequently engaged in a kind of covert charity. Whenever he encounters someone who is poor or in need, he surreptitiously gives the person half a crown, his usual panacea for an immense variety of afflictions. Chapter 22. Mr. Snagsby is neither a clever man nor a brave man. He trembles before anyone who behaves authoritatively. But he is a good man, who, if he thought about it, would realize that he cannot change the system, but who does the best he can to be generous and kind. In fact, if more of those tens of thousands of other foot passengers were less concerned with themselves and more like Mr. Snagsby, the oppressive system that dominates the novel might well break down. There is yet another class of philanthropists in Bleak House who provide some of the novel's comedy. Dickens' novels, even the most critical, like Bleak House, tend to have humorous passages. In Bleak House, much of the humor is provided by Mrs. Jellyby and her Colonel Leagues. Mrs. Jellyby is something of a professional philanthropist, whose entire interest is focused on an African locale called Boreobulaga. Her project is to have from 150 to 200 healthy families cultivating coffee and educating the natives of Boreobulaga. Chapter 4. Not only is her project imperialistic, but her vision is so firmly focused on her feudal mission in Africa that she does not, or cannot, see the real misery around her that she could actually help to alleviate. In fact, she cannot see the misery of her own children, whom she neglects, or of her husband, who at one point is downstairs trying to take care of his bankruptcy, while she is upstairs dictating letters to Boreobulaga. Mrs. Jellyby and her circle, with their ability to ignore the suffering that surrounds them, are no less a threat to England than the Dedlocks and their circle. It is essential to realize, however, that as clearly as Dickens points out the evils of the system and of the individuals who allow or encourage the system to run, he is not creating simple stock figures. Esther may be a bit too self-righteous occasionally, but then the reality is that she is a good person to whom people turn in times of trouble. What is most interesting, though, is the way the narrator is terribly critical of Sir Leicester through almost the whole book, but toward the end, when Sir Leicester is taken ill and suffers another misfortune, the narrator becomes sympathetic to him. 145. The narrator is not looking for vengeance or just deserts. He is looking for justice, and he is dismayed at any instance of human suffering. It is tempting to identify this narrator with Dickens, but doing so would be an error. The narrator is as much a character as any of the novel's other characters, and his behavior, his outrages, his sympathies are as important as Esther's. The way Dickens creates his characters is extraordinary. Commentators frequently refer to the large number of memorable characters in Dickens' novels. Actually, Dickens created a number of different kinds of characters. Some, like Esther, Mr. Jarndyce, and Lady Dedlock, are highly realistic. They are people who might have existed. Others have different degrees of verisimilitude. Some are plausibly real, like perhaps Mr. Guppy, and some are collections of eccentricities, like awful old Mr. Smallweed, and the rest of the Smallweeds. The fantastic part is that they all work so well together. Dickens also has a habit of providing his characters with identifiable markers. Just as we may recognize a friend by his gait or by her posture, so Dickens endows each of his characters with some highly personal trait. If a character speaks emotionlessly out of the shadows, we know it is Tulkinghorn. If a character talks about the direction of the wind, we know it is Mr. Jarndyce. If a character qualifies his remarks with the comment, "Not to put too fine a point upon it," we know it is Mr. Snagsby. This use of leitmotifs could become purely mechanical and even annoying, but Dickens is so skillful that he uses them to make his characters even more memorable. Each of their eccentricities fits their characters so well that rather than seeming mechanical, they seem perfectly natural. Another technique that Dickens employs is the recurrence of particular images. Among the most important images in Bleak House are the fog and smoke that we have already seen, the ghost walk at the Dedlock estate, birds, and halos. The last two are especially interesting. Mississippi Flight, the pleasant old woman who has been driven mad by her interest in Jarndyce, and Jarndyce keeps a collection of caged birds in her squalid apartment. They are named Hope, Joy, Youth, Peace, Rest, Life, Dust, Ashes, Waste, Want, and more. Caged birds are a perfect image for the effects of the law courts and of all that those courts represent. In contrast to these birds is the pet of Mr. Jarndyce, Mr. Boydhorn. This pet is a very little canary, who was so tame that he was brought down by Mr. Boydhorn's man, on his forefinger, and, after taking a gentle flight around the room, alighted on his master's hand. Chapter 9. The contrast between those poor caged birds, artificially constrained, and the tame canary perched on Mr. Boydhorn's hand is the contrast between the effects of an uncaring, inhumane, oppressive system and a system that might create harmony among its members. Dickens uses the image of the halo in a similar way. His first description of the Lord High Chancellor shows this august person with a foggy glow round his head. Chapter 1, and it is no mere coincidence that the Chancellor's full title here has religious overtones. Shortly after, Sir Leicester is described as being surrounded by a mysterious halo of family confidences. Chapter 2. This image appears a number of times in the novel, always in relation to some of the book's less admirable characters. At one point, Esther even applies it to London. 146. In the north and northwest, where the sun had set 3 hours before, there was a pale dead light both beautiful and awful, and into it long sullen lines of cloud waved up, like a sea stricken immovable as it was. heaving towards London, a lurid glare overhung the whole dark waste. And the contrast between these two lights, and the fancy which the redder light engendered of an unearthly fire, gleaming on all the unseen buildings of the city, and on all the faces of its many thousands of wondering inhabitants, was as solemn as might be. Chapter 30. The contrast that Esther points out between the beautiful awful light to the north, where there is relative peace, and the appearance of unearthly fire over London, makes us think about those halos that are seen around the Chancellor, Sir Leicester, and Tulkinghorn, as does Mr. Snagsby's impression when he sees a poor bee-a-by by the light of a lantern. Mr. Snagsby is strangely reminded of another infant, encircled with light, that he has seen in pictures. Chapter 22. What we have here is a contrast between true halos and false ones. The Lord High Chancellor basks in his own light, while shedding misery around him, as do Sir Leicester and the City of London. Were they more aware of that other infant, encircled with light, perhaps their behavior would be different. But even Mr. Snagsby has only seen that infant in pictures. That infant is not a real presence in Dickens' London, where the only representative of religion that we see is the fraudulent preacher Mr. Chadband, about whom Joe says, "He prayed a lot, but I couldn't make out nothink on it." Different times. There W as other gentlemen come down Tom all alone's a prayin', but they all mostly said as the t'other ones prayed wrong, and all mostly sounded to be a talking to theirselves, or a passing blame on the t'others, and not talkin' to us. Chapter 47. So much for the role of establishment religion in helping to alleviate suffering in Bleak House. One of the stranger characters in the novel is Harold Skimpole. Skimpole is perhaps as frightening a character as exists in the novel. The major villains, and I will not reveal who they are clearly villainous, and the good characters are equally clearly good. Even the characters who mix good and evil can be appreciated and understood, but Harold Skimpole is so clever and so effective at what he does that he even fools those characters who are the best judges of character. Skimpole succeeds by denying the applicability of moral criteria to himself. He is determinately amoral. He claims to have no understanding of money matters, though clearly he does, and he deceives even. 147. Mr. Jarndyce. He assumes no responsibility for his actions, though he does take credit, through a twisted kind of logic, for certain good deeds. What makes Skimpole so frightening is the extent to which his denial of his own responsibility for any of his actions frees him to do whatever he desires. He does not argue, as other characters might, that evil is really good. He claims that the categories do not apply to him at all. This defense of immorality is one we have seen too often in our time. Harold Skimpole, with his smile and his jocularity and the harm he does, represents a horrifying variation on the evil that plays such a large role in Bleak House. Like so many great writers, then, Dickens focuses our attention on the problems of the individual, the problems of society, and the problems of the individual in society. He raises questions that we, as human beings living in society, must try to answer. That we have not so far come up with satisfactory answers in no way relieves us of the responsibility to try. There are some people as I write these words who believe that we should try to recapture the values of the Victorian era. There are some people who are trying to re-establish those values. Such people should read Dickens more carefully. The problems that he describes are the problems that are still with us. The major difference, perhaps, is that thanks to Dickens, we should know better. Whether we are talking about the poor, the law, gender relationships, education, or any number of other topics, we should take advantage of Dickens' genius in our considerations. Dickens, however, was not just a simplistic do-gooder. The wonderful thing about Dickens, what is wonderful about any great writer, is what the writer does with words. Dickens creates characters, situations, moods, and images that are unforgettable. I have read all of Dickens' novels, many of them more than once, and I have never grown tired of reading him. I have tried to be selective in my recommendations for further reading in other chapters, but I find that I cannot be so selective here. Read Dickens, read all of him. Just try to find editions that have at least some of the illustrations by Oblott K. Brown, who was known as Feeyes. They are such perfect illustrations of the scenes and characters that Dickens created that there should be a law, Shades of Bleak House, mandating their inclusion in any edition of Dickens' works. There are, in addition, other Victorian novelists whose works are both enjoyable and instructive. Close to Dickens is William Meek, Peace Thackeray, especially his wonderful Vanity Fair. Also of interest are the novels of George Meredith, The Ordeal of Richard Feverel, The Egoist, and Diana of the Crossways. The novels of Anthony Trollope, as I mentioned earlier, provide a somewhat different perspective on Victorian England. And finally, for people who are too happy and want to bring their mirth under control, I recommend the novels of Thomas Hardy. His is an important, if depressing voice. At the same time, he is a fantastic writer, who excelled at writing both novels and poetry. Among his most important novels are The Return of the Native, The Mayor of Casterbridge, Far from the Madding Crowd, and Jude the Obscure, but anything he wrote is well worth reading. When novels first came into existence, there were people who thought that reading them was a frivolous way to waste time. We know that opinion is incorrect. There are time-wasting novels, and they're novels that have made a difference to individuals and to nations. There is nothing wrong with reading the former sort, though a steady diet of such works cannot be healthy. What I hope my readers will see is that reading the 148 latter class of novels is neither a chore nor a waste of time. It is one of the valuable pleasures of life. 149. Chapter 10 George Eliot. Middlemarch. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. I want to begin this chapter with a combination of a confession and a warning. As I said earlier, every work that I discuss in this book is one of my favorites, and one reason I have chosen these works is because of the basic impulse to share what we like. The subject of the current chapter, George Eliot's masterpiece Middlemarch. Indeed one of my favorite works, and, along with Tolstoy's War and Peace and Dickens' Bleak House and Our Mutual Friend, is one of the greatest novels ever written. In truth, I really like all of Eliot's novels, as I will describe later in this chapter. At the same time, I must in all honesty admit that when I read Eliot, it always takes me a little while, perhaps even 100 pages or so, to really get into the works. I am always happy that I have persevered, and I urge you to persevere if you find yourself having the same reaction. Now, to be fair, let me present a counterbalance to what I have just said. As we will see, this counterbalance is particularly appropriate for this chapter, because George Eliot frequently offers such counterbalances in discussing her characters. She presents a character in the most convincing terms, but then she allows us to see the character from a completely different perspective. A couple of years ago I taught a course in which I included both Bleak House and Middlemarch, two long and demanding novels. I worried that students might be overwhelmed, especially because I find Middlemarch so demanding. I was surprised and delighted not only that they liked Bleak House but that many of them actually preferred Middlemarch. Most of them, in fact, had completely different experiences than my own, that is, they got right into the novel, with no break-in period at all. My conclusion, therefore, is that I can come to no conclusion except to say that you ought to read Middlemarch and as many of Eliot's other novels as you can. Although Eliot, 1819 to 1880, was an almost exact contemporary of Dickens, 1812 to 1870, their works are quite different, wonderful in their own ways, of course, but quite different. Eliot tends to avoid Dickens' melodrama, and her plots are less fantastic, but she has such insight into the human heart, into the ways that people think and behave, that reading Eliot can help us negotiate our own relationships and understand ourselves more clearly. Just in case anyone was confused by that she in the last sentence, George Eliot was the pseudonym used by Mary Ann Evans, a brilliant and nonconforming woman who, like some other women in the 19th century, decided to write under a male name so that her writing would be taken seriously. Eliot refers obliquely to this situation in Middlemarch when Rosamund says that her brother's studies are not very deep since he is only reading a novel. Chapter 11. Eliot's forerunner, Jane Austen, uses a similar motif in Northanger Abbey, where characters in a novel debate the value of reading novels. Novels were often considered the province of women and 150 were therefore not taken seriously, though the hero of Northanger Abbey finds great value in them. In fact, however, this motif goes back even further. In the introduction to his 14th-century collection of stories, the Decameron, Boccaccio seems to dismiss the stories he is about to tell by saying that he intends this work just for women. The irony, of course, is that unlike Boccaccio's many scholarly works, the Decameron is his only work that is still read by general readers rather than being the province of scholars. Similarly, in the 11th century Japanese novel The Tale of Genji by the woman Murasaki Shikibu, novels like Genji itself are referred to slightingly as being of interest only to women, though the narrator tells us that in private men also love to read them. They just could not admit that They did. So at the beginning of her career, Mary Ann Evans knew that if she wrote novels under her own name, they would not be taken as seriously as they deserved to be, both because they were novels and because she was a woman. Hence George Eliot, the pseudonym she stuck with throughout her career. As we will see, one of the most interesting characters in Middlemarch, and the same can be said for Eliot's other novels as well, is the narrator, the person telling us the story. In many of the novels, the narrator's gender is indeterminate, which means that, by the usual default system, the narrator seems to be male. That is not the case in Middlemarch, though that judgment is also highly subjective. Regardless of the narrator's gender, however, what all of her narrators have in common is their sensitivity, their awareness of the characters' intricate thoughts and feelings, of the implications of their thoughts and feelings, of their positive and negative qualities, and of their reality as complex examples of how human beings think and behave. The narrator of Middlemarch in particular also displays a sense of humor as she comments on the characters' activities. One of my favorite lines in all of Eliot's works occurs as she reflects on Mr. Casaubon's realization that he is not well liked. There was, she says, a strong reason to be added, which he had not himself taken explicitly into account, namely, that he was not unmixedly adorable. He suspected this, however, as he suspected other things, without confessing it. Chapter 42. The mere use of the word adorable in a sentence about the pedantic and egotistical Mr. Casaubon is funny, as is her comment that Mr. Casaubon was not fully aware that he was not adorable. Eliot also has a satirical bent, but we must realize that there are a number of different kinds of satire. Satire can be sharp and even cruel, often deservedly so, as when Dickens names the tormentors of children Mr. Gradgrind and Mr. McShokumchild in Hard Times, or in some of the scenes we examined in Bleak House, where Dickens' anger shows through his narrative. But satire can also be gentler, a way of acknowledging and smiling at human foibles. This latter is more Eliot's style in Middlemarch, even when she raises issues that are central to human well-being. In this connection, it is essential that we consider the novel's full title, Middlemarch, A Study of Provincial Life. Middlemarch is a provincial town, and while the novel focuses on a variety of specific characters, its announced subject is provincial life, so while we care about those specific characters, we also have to keep our gaze on the wider concerns of Middlemarch itself. The phrase, provincial life, of course, implies a lack of sophistication, though it also implies that the narrator is sophisticated enough to detect that lack of sophistication. 151. In her subjects. Provincial can indeed be used in an insulting or dismissive way that is so provincial, and Eliot does use it that way occasionally. For example, Eliot incorporates a great deal of current political debate in the novel. By current, I refer to the time of the novel's action, the late 1820s and early 1830s, not the time of the novel's appearance in the early 1870s. Among the developments of that time was the creation of the British railway system, a development that caused great consternation in certain parts of the population, sometimes because of its economic effects but also because of people's ignorance. Thus, when a group of field workers in a place called Frick think they see agents of the railroad surveying land, they react violently, and the narrator explains that in the absence of any precise idea as to what railways were, public opinion in Frick was against them, for the human mind in that grassy corner had not the proverbial tendency to admire the unknown, holding rather that it was likely to be against the poor man, and that suspicion was the only wise attitude with regard to it. Chapter 56. This sentence demonstrates the narrator's attitudes and her subtlety. Yes, the people of Frick really are provincial. They do not know what trains are, and therefore they are against them. Such an attitude betrays provincial ignorance. On the other hand, the provincial folk of Frick live in poverty and drudgery, and their experience has taught them that new developments tend to work against them, poor men and women that they are, and so perhaps their suspicions have some justification. Nothing is as simple as it seems. That lack of simplicity leads us to another point about the narrator, the complexity of her language. There are, of course, writers whose complexity of language is meant to disguise the simplicity of their thought, but Eliot is not such a writer. The complexity of her language complements the complexity of her thought. As we read her and realize that we have not fully grasped a sentence or a paragraph and we must reread it, we are not seeing a flaw either in Eliot or in our ability as readers. We are, rather, being forced to contemplate in more depth things which we might be inclined to take for granted. Reading Eliot is a slow process, but as I have said several times in this book, none of the works we are considering were meant to be read quickly. They were meant to be read slowly, often aloud, and they were meant to be thought about. Sometimes it is fun, and I do not think that this is just an English teacher talking to consider individual sentences in a writer like Eliot, to look at how they are constructed. What you see, as you can see in that sentence about the people of Frick, is how Eliot's narrator balances her judgments. She is not afraid of making critical statements, But she insists that making such statements is not enough. We must also try to understand the ideas and behaviors that we criticize. Such understanding, of course, does not imply approval. We may understand why those workers reacted violently, but we cannot condone their behavior. Even more, toward the end of the novel, when scandal seems to be brewing, both the ladies and the men of Middlemarch, in their highly gendered gathering places, take great delight in the unhappiness and sins, whether real or imagined, of the central characters. By simply reporting on their behavior and conversations in chapter 71, she exposes their meanness, their spite, their ignorance, and their self-righteousness. She barely has to comment on it for us to see her point, but this gossip about Bulstrode spread through Middlemarch like the smell of fire. It spread not like fire, as we might expect, but like the smell of fire, something that we cannot see, that irritates our throats and eyes. 152. That makes breathing difficult. These citizens of Middlemarch think of themselves as upright, religious people, but, she says, their behavior stinks. She never makes an explicit reference, but the whole scene recalls the end of Book 4 of the Aeneid, when Dido kills herself on a funeral pyre and rumor spreads news of the event so very quickly. So who is this narrator? We cannot say with precision, but we can characterize her from hints that she gives. She has, first, the ability to move inside and outside of the characters' minds. Her perspective varies as she tells us different aspects of the story. She knows the whole story from the moment she begins to tell it, but she tells us only what she wants us to know as the story proceeds. This is, of course, a venerable technique. Dickens uses it to great advantage. Frequently in Dickens, a central mystery lies behind the plot: who Oliver Twist or Esther Summerson really is, for instance. The narrator knows, but rather than telling us from the outset, the narrator allows the mystery to be solved gradually, thereby turning a simple fact into a complex story. If all we read for is to solve the mystery, we might feel cheated. I had to read 7 pages to discover that. Of course, that is not why we read, not even actual mysteries. Eliot's narrator is thoroughly aware not only that she is using this technique but that it puts her in a particular literary tradition. She explicitly puts herself into that tradition. At the opening of chapter 15, a great historian, as he insisted on calling himself, who had the happiness to be dead 120 years ago, and so to take his place among the colossi whose huge legs our living pettiness is observed to walk under, glories in his copious remarks and digressions as the least imitable part of his work, and especially in those initial chapters to the successive books of his history, where he seems to bring his armchair to the proscenium and chat with us in all the lusty ease of his fine English. Our narrator is here raising the ghost of Henry Fielding, whom we met several chapters ago in this book, and her allusion to that early novelist ties her to the novelistic tradition that he began. But it is not only the allusion that has such an effect. The very style of these lines recalls Fielding. She begins by referring to Fielding as a historian, which is how his narrator referred to himself. Fielding, of course, was not more a historian in the usual sense than is Eliot, but he was a historian in the sense that his fictional world, in which his narrator played a part, still gives us a picture of what life and people were like in his time. So, too, is Eliot a historian, for she is also giving us such a history, a study of provincial life. Like Fielding's histories, hers is a comedy, both in the sense that it is amusing and, perhaps even more significantly, in the sense that it ends happily, if by happily we recognize that it ends with an affirmation of life and an acceptance of the human tendency to be flawed. Thus she can say that Fielding had the happiness to have died one who endured 20 years earlier, an odd kind of happiness unless we keep in mind that death is inevitable, that Fielding could not have lived until the age of 180, and that Fielding is still remembered for his novels. In fact, with a glancing allusion to Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, she describes Fielding as a colossus beneath whose legs contemporary writers 153. Proceed. In short, she cites Fielding as her great predecessor, puts herself in his tradition, links her work to his, and does so in a comical way, citing his good fortune in being dead and referring to him as a colossus, which undoubtedly would have amused him to no end. Furthermore, by citing Fielding, she recalls the tendencies of his narrators to have private chats with his readers, particularly in Tom Jones. Eliot's narrator continues this paragraph by mentioning how Fielding wrote about a more leisurely time, when people were not so rushed as they are in the present, by which she means 1870. Our reaction might be, if she thought people in 1870 were rushed, she should see us now, but I suspect that her point is again satirical, because people always seem to operate under the impression that the past was better, that people operated under less pressure then, which is not the case. But then she continues with an important statement. I at least have so much to do in unraveling certain human lots, and seeing how they were woven and interwoven, that all the light I can command must be concentrated on this particular web, and not dispersed over that tempting range of relevancies called the universe. Here the narrator's interests intersect with those of Eliot herself, because this passage describes what Eliot, and most other novelists, do in their works. Whether the particular image that Eliot uses here is deliberately chosen from the sphere of women's work is unimportant, because the image of unraveling in order to see how the threads are woven and interwoven is so perfectly appropriate. Eliot does some thing like what she describes here in all of her novels, but she does so in especially exquisite ways in her two last novels, Middlemarch and Daniel Deronda, where, like Shakespeare in King Lear, she combines several strands of plot. In Middlemarch, for instance, we follow a number of important relationships: Tertius Lydgate and Rosamond Vitry, Fred Vitry and Mary Garth, Dorothea Brooke and First Mr. Casaubon, then will Ladislaw as well as a number of secondary relationships. Each of these relationships is thoroughly examined. We learn who the individuals are, how they came to be who they are, how they met, how their relationships developed, and finally how those relationships intertwine, creating the tapestry that is the provincial life of the novel's subtitle. Ordinary people see the world around them in superficial ways. The novelist identifies and traces the individual strands, takes them apart and puts them back together so that we can better understand the life around us. Eliot makes this point clear as she continues her introduction to chapter 15. 154. At present I have to make the new settler Lydgate better known to anyone interested in him than he could possibly be, even to those who had seen the most of him since his arrival in Middlemarch. For surely all must admit that a man may be puffed and bellied, envied, ridiculed, counted upon as a tool and fallen in love with, or at least selected as a future husband, and yet remain virtually unknown, known merely as a cluster of signs for his neighbor's false suppositions. The narrator here makes clear what she sees her job to be. Although we have already encountered the character Tertius Lydgate, we are not about to meet him in a way that we cannot meet people in ordinary life, for when we meet people in the ordinary course of things, we do not know their histories, we do not know their thoughts or concerns or interests. We know only what Eliot calls a cluster of signs from which we can try to draw conclusions, but more often than not, our conclusions are incorrect or, at best, incomplete. The novelist, on the other hand, can give us a complete picture of her characters. She can tell us their histories and their thoughts, so that we may well know the character in Middlemarch better than we know people we come in contact with every day. If the novelist is sensitive to human beings with all of their peculiarities and specialness, she can give us deep insights not only into her fictional characters, but into life itself. Reading literature, then, is not an escape from life, nor is it a substitute for life. In many ways it is a distillation of life that can help make readers into more sensitive human beings. Eliot's narrator clearly feels close to her characters, as she reveals in a number of ways. For instance, at the beginning of chapter 40, she comments on the importance of perspective, noting that sometimes we have to look at things up close rather than from a distance, and then she says, "The group I am moving towards is at Caleb Garth's breakfast table," at an interesting expression. In what sense is she moving towards this group? Is the group really there so that she is actually moving toward them? Is she moving toward them in her imagination? And is there a significant difference between those two possibilities? I will leave it to the reader to decide among those and other options, but the reader must decide. And each reader's decision will say a great deal about that reader's relationship to literature and to reality, whatever that may be. Eliot is raising questions similar to those we saw Shakespeare raising in As You Like It. If I may digress for a moment, let me note that contemporary critics are fond of pointing out that earlier writers used cinematic techniques. What we see here, however, is not that Eliot is using a cinematic technique, in which the camera moves closer to the subjects it is recording. Eliot preceded cinema. If cinema is using a technique that is similar to Eliot's, then cinema is being novelistic, not the other way round. Eliot also injects herself into the narrative later on in chapter 54, when she writes, Will never quite knew how it was that he saved himself from falling down at her feet. He used to say that the horrible hue and surface of her crepe dress was most likely the sufficient controlling force. What does she mean by he used to say? To whom did he say it? To her? At this single point in the novel, the narrator refers to a moment between the time of the action and the time of writing, thereby making it seem as 155. Though she actually knows these characters, as though in that 40-year interval she had contact with them. And of course at the conclusion of the novel she tells us the fates of many of the leading characters. By using all of these techniques, Eliot underlines the truth of fiction, which perhaps sounds like a strange thing to say. Fiction is, by definition, not true, and yet, as storytellers from Aesop to Jesus to Philip Sidney, to the most contemporary writers know, fiction can be the best teacher of truth. But the narrator is not afraid of passing judgment either. We have already seen how harsh she is with the gossip mongers in Middlemarch, though elsewhere she is more indulgent, often in a satirical way. For instance, when Mr. Brooke states two opinions that contradict each other, she comments, "To think with pleasure of his niece's husband having a large ecclesiastical income was one thing, to make a liberal speech was another thing, and it is a narrow mind which cannot look at a subject from various points of view." Chapter 7. So Mr. Brooke, who is presented throughout the novel as simultaneously good-hearted and foolish, is also inconsistent. A person might be tempted to treat that inconsistency with derision. Look, he pretends to be a liberal, but he is willing to let his niece benefit from the very corruption that liberals decry. Not so Eliot. She points out the inconsistency, which some might call hypocrisy, but her concluding comment, that only a narrow mind sees things from a single perspective, encompasses the reader, because people tend not to be totally consistent when their self-interest is involved. So the narrator laughs at Mr. Brooke, but she also laughs at the reader and presumably at herself as well, for she recognizes her own inconsistencies. Yet another aspect of the narrator must be considered, a characteristic that pervades all of Eliot's work. As we read her works, a phrase from one of them, Felix Holt, the radical, might run through our minds. One of the characters, Esther, had thought she had a pretty good understanding of things, but her acquaintance with Felix had raised a presentiment of moral depths that were hidden from her. That phrase, a presentiment of moral depths, is so important to understanding Eliot, for as we read her novels, all of them have that presentiment. She does not weave and unweave all those strands of the tapestry just out of curiosity. She does so in large part because our understanding of what people do and why should help us understand what we do and why, and that understanding might lead us, as Philip Sidney said, to more virtuous actions. Dickens, for all his interest in individual characters, looked at large issues like poverty, education, child abuse, and the courts. Eliot loves her characters, flaws and all, and looks closely at what makes them tick and at the moral implications of their thoughts and actions. She is interested in larger issues as well, of course. In Middlemarch and in Adam Bede she shows us from a variety of perspectives the problematic relationships between landlords and tenant farmers, for instance. But her focus is on individual characters and the moral or ethical challenges they face. Tied very strongly into these moral and ethical issues are religious issues, which figure so largely in many 19th century British works. Many people in 19th century England felt that traditional religious belief was fading and they wondered and worried about what would replace it. One of the most famous statements on the subject comes from Matthew Arnold's poem Dover Beach. 156. The sea of faith was once, too, at the full, and round earth's shore lay like the folds of a bright girdle furled. But now I only hear its melancholy, long, withdrawing roar, retreating, to the breath of the night wind, down the vast edges drear and naked shingles of the world. Religion plays a huge role in Eliot's novels, from Romola, which is set in the religious turmoil of Renaissance Florence, through her remarkable focus on Judaism in Daniel Deronda, and to the politics of Catholic emancipation in novels like Felix Holt and Middlemarch. Always, however, Eliot's central point about religion remains consistent. Ordinary readers, as opposed to Victorian literature specialists, do not have to worry about the often arcane doctrinal arguments that shook Victorian Christianity, though Eliot herself was interested in them. But Eliot's main point is that those doctrinal arguments are largely a distraction from the most important aspect of Christianity, which involves the ways people treat each other. For example, Eliot's novels contain a fair number of clergymen. Many of them are just ordinary men who happen to work in churches. They conduct religious services and they oversee their congregations, but being a clergyman is little more than a job for them. They do their external duties adequately, but they clearly have no vocation. This is the type of clergyman that Fred Vitry would become in Middlemarch if he pursued his studies, as Mary Garth recognizes, which is why she says she will have nothing to do with him if he enters the church. Such clergymen may do little harm, but they also do little good. Others among Eliot's clergymen are outright charlatans, who pervert the teaching of Christianity for their own benefit. Fortunately, there are few of these. Unfortunately, there are also few at the other extreme, those clergymen who embody the teachings of Christianity, which, for Eliot, means worrying less about doctrine and more about the needs of other people. In Middlemarch, Mr. Fairbrother, a significant name, is such a clergyman. He shows little interest in doctrine or dogma, and early in the novel he even seems to have a gambling problem, but he is kind to everyone. As a naturalist he glories in God's creation, and he offers a moral center to the ordinary moral chaos that afflicts the lives of Middlemarchers. Perhaps the most obvious instance of his charitable outlook comes when Fred asks him to assess Mary Garth's feelings towards him. Fairbrother, who also loves Mary, does not set himself up as a rival to Fred. Rather, he approaches Mary, sees that she is open to Fred's affection, and reports back, selflessly, to the younger man. It would have been easy for Mr. Fairbrother to manipulate the citoyen, show Fred to Mary in a bad light, and capture her affections for himself. Similarly, toward the end of the novel, when certain villainous behavior is revealed, and again, I am trying hard not to give away the plot. 157. Mr. Fairbrother, while not condoning the villainy, offers support to the suffering human being. In short, he embodies Christianity, or, perhaps more precisely, he embodies the good that religion can do in a world that often views religion as a means toward gaining power by way of oppression. Other characters in Middlemarch can be assessed by how much they resemble or are influenced by Mr. Fairbrother. This religious motif, which, as I said, appears in all of Eliot's novels, is particularly important in Middlemarch, as we can see from the novel's very first page, for Middlemarch begins with a prelude that at first glance seems totally unrelated to the novel that will follow. After all, the novel tells a story set in early 19th century England, while the prelude very briefly tells and then comments on the story of Saint Teresa of Avila, a 16th century Spanish reformer of the Catholic Church. What can these realms, separated by time and geography as well as religious belief, have to do with each other? Eliot begins by telling a story from Saint Teresa's childhood, how she set out with her little brother to seek martyrdom in the land of the Moors. Eliot cites this story not only as evidence of Teresa's desire for martyrdom but of her idealism, of her passionate, ideal nature. Though the little Teresa's quest was stopped by her family, she nevertheless did go on to be a religious reformer and to achieve sainthood. But, Eliot tells us, Teresa was not unique. Many Teresas have been born, she says, though few of them have achieved public recognition, often because of social conditions they were helped by no coherent social faith and order which could perform the function of knowledge for the ardently willing soul, and they were hindered by the usual condescending attitude that society demonstrated toward women, making their idealism seem like little more than whims. But even so, she says, here and there is born a Saint Teresa, foundress of nothing, whose loving heart beats and sobs after an unattained goodness tremble off and are dispersed among hindrances, instead of centering in some long recognizable deed. Such women are prevented from spreading their idealism, from seeing it flower, because of the hindrances that are put in their way, because their idealism is so quickly dismissed. Then we turn the page and read, Mississippi Brook had that kind of beauty which seems to be thrown into relief by poor dress. What, we might justifiably wonder, does Saint Teresa have to do with Dorothea Brooke, the leading character of Middlemarch? But the answer rapidly becomes apparent, though we will have to finish the novel to see the answer worked out in detail. For instance, in the first chapter's second sentence, Dorothea is compared in an offhand way to the Blessed Virgin, but more than 400 pages later, when we have gotten to know Dorothea, when Dorothea has gotten to know Dorothea, Lydgate thinks, this young creature has a heart large enough for the Virgin Mary, chapter 76. By the time Lydgate comes to this realization, we have seen enough evidence to know that he is right. In fact, throughout the novel Eliot makes numerous religious references. Dorothea reads the French philosopher Pascal, she has Puritan energy, she refuses to wear religious jewelry. Because a cross is the last thing I would wear as a trinket, she poses for a painting as Santa Clara, chapter 22, she is compared to Street Catherine, chapter 45, and the Mater Dolorosa, chapter 80. But her religious associations go beyond mere illusion, because she really, truly, feels the pull of what Eliot saw as the essence of religion, selflessness, service to others. Even in the first chapter, almost in passing, we learn about the 158 infant school which she had set going in the village, and we soon learn that her great project is to have new cottages built for the poor of Middlemarch. When she marries Mr. Casaubon, as the narrator makes clear from the very beginning of their acquaintanceship, she does so out of a mistaken idealism, thinking that he is a great scholar, far beyond her understanding, and that she will selflessly be able to help in his important work. And even when she realizes that everything she thought about Casaubon was mistaken, she still tries to live out her idealism. Even later, she uses her money for good causes, to help Lydgate, to support the hospital. And finally she discovers that religious love may include romantic love as well. So just as the novel opens with the story of Saint Teresa, it ends with this beautiful passage, but the effect of her being on those around her was incalculably diffusive, for the growing good of the world is partly dependent on unhistoric acts, and that things are not so ill with you and me as they might have been, is owing to the number who lived faithfully a hidden life and rest in unvisited tombs. Finale. Dorothea did not attain the fame of a Saint Teresa. Her accomplishments were neither public nor earth-shaking. But they most certainly were accomplishments, for she affected everyone who knew her, either by making their lives better or by making them better. To illustrate this point, I will cite one of the most remarkable scenes in the novel. Dorothea thinks that she has been terribly hurt by Rosamond, but she knows that Rosamond herself is in considerable distress. Putting aside her own hurt, she visits Rosamond to set the foolish girl's mind at ease, and in their conversation, both women discover vital things about themselves and they achieve a level of communication and fellow feeling that is as rare in literature as it is in life. As the narrator tells us, pride was broken down between these two, chapter 81. Now a careful reading of the novel will show that many of the problems that confront the characters derive from their inability to communicate, whether because of societal strictures that limit what people can say to each other, or because of a normal human inability to speak the truth plainly and openly. But as Dorothea and Rosamond speak, as they begin to see into each other's souls and into their own, they come together as human beings who sense their common humanity. Their feelings go beyond words. And even Rosamond, whose outlook and behavior have been largely based on self-centeredness, transcends herself in a wordless gesture. Rosamond, taken hold of by an emotion stronger than her own, hurried along in a new movement which gave all things some new, awful, undefined aspect, could find no words, but involuntarily she put her lips to Dorothea's forehead, which was very near her, and then for a minute the two women clasped each other as if they had been in a shipwreck. Chapter 82. As Rosamond kisses Dorothea's forehead, and they clasp each other, they have a true communion. While they naturally cannot remain in such a state, both are transformed by the experience, and each of them understands what she must do next. And all of 159. This results from Dorothea's special variety of kindness, her willingness to put aside her own hurt in order to comfort another. So Dorothea may not attain the fame of a Saint Teresa, but remember that Middlemarch is, after all, a study of provincial life. If Dorothea is a provincial Saint Teresa, there should only be more like her. The effect of her being on those around her was incalculably diffusive, the narrator says. All that means is that her goodness affected many people, which is a pretty good legacy. It certainly fits into one of the goals that Dorothea sets for herself early in the novel: I should like to make life beautiful, I mean everybody's life, chapter 22. That may not be a very practical goal, but it is a laudatory goal. If we aim at such ideals, even knowing that we can never achieve them, we may achieve much more than we would with more modest goals. This is what Dorothea means when she defines her religion for will, by desiring what is perfectly good, even when we don't quite know what it is and cannot do what we would. We are part of the divine power against evil, widening the skirts of light and making the struggle with darkness narrower. Chapter 39. Dorothea makes several such pronouncements, but none sums up her philosophy so well as what she says to Lydgate late in the novel: what do we live for, if it is not to make life less difficult to each other? Chapter 72. It is that simple and that difficult. There is that presentiment of moral depths that we discussed earlier. We can study all the doctrine and dogma, but until we internalize what Dorothea tells Lydgate, we will make no progress. This brief discussion of Dorothea can be summed up by one of the great lines in the novel. At one point, Dorothea tells Will that she doubts her ability ever to write a poem, and he responds, "You are a poem," chapter 22. She is indeed. Both literally and figuratively, Dorothea is a poem. Of course, Eliot is not telling us anything that we do not already know. Nor does Tolstoy teach us anything new when he presents the character Karateev near the end of War and Peace. Almost everyone knows, or claims to know, the truth behind what they say. We just do not live as though we really believe it. Books like Middlemarch and War and Peace not only tell us things, they embody those things. Characters like Karateev and Dorothea are vivid reminders of the things they say. If we can relate to these characters and others, perhaps they can make those moral depths more vivid and more urgent, so that we will incorporate them into our lives. As I noted back in the introduction, one of the functions of the humanities, a function that has been largely ignored in recent years, is to improve our lives, at the very least by making us think about how they might be improved. Another theme that runs through Middlemarch and Eliot's other novels should hardly surprise us. As a woman writing under a man's name, Eliot pays a great deal of attention to gender roles, not in a doctrinaire way but with a certainty that current attitudes and practices are incorrect and unfair and therefore require change. She includes an occasional cutting remark, "A man's mind, what there is of it has always the advantage of being masculine," chapter 2, which is either a backhanded compliment or a much qualified insult. Generally, however, her comments are more subtle and thought-provoking. It is fascinating to see how she illustrates the ingrained sexism of her culture, the way both men and women acquiesce to its structures, while at the same time she shows how foolish and unfair it is. Perhaps the high, or low, point for such attitudes comes toward the novel's end, when Dorothea's sister Celia, 160, who is married to James, says to the widowed Dorothea, "And I think it is a mercy now after all that you have got James to think for you," chapter 72. This line states in perhaps its most forthright form a principle that runs through the novel, that a woman's role is to be polished, refined, docile, chapter 16. Women are allowed to think, occasionally, but men make the decisions, and women are expected and expect themselves to abide by those decisions. Lydgate, the narrator says, relies on the principle of the innate submissiveness of the goose as beautifully corresponding to the strength of the gander, chapter 36. Even between Mr. and Mrs. Garth, who have probably the best marriage in the novel, the principle holds. Mrs. Garth is highly intelligent and thinks through problems. Mr. Garth is equally intelligent, but he is often swayed by his good-hearted tendencies. However we may rate these two approaches to dealing with problems, the principle stands that once Mr. Garth has arrived at a decision, that decision stands, and no one defends the principle more devotedly than Mrs. Garth. Thus Eliot shows us the practice, shows how people support that practice, and yet undercuts it at the same time. An education in trifles rather than in real matters, for instance, has made Rosamond incapable of understanding Lydgate's work or of thinking, until near the novel's end, of anything beyond her own small domestic comforts. Her lack of understanding, in fact, leads her to violate her husband's orders in a potentially destructive way, but then she lacks understanding because, as a woman, she never learned that she had to understand things. Men would do her thinking for her. Her brother Fred, on the other hand, does learn, and in the finale we see how really well things turn out for him and his wife. Without a doubt, however, it is Dorothea's story that implicitly challenges the treatment of women. By marrying Mr. Casaubon, she voluntarily and quite consciously consigns herself to a life of subservience. She thinks that he is brilliant and that she will be able to help him. As she discovers that he is not brilliant and as her perceptions become more accurate, she becomes, almost against her will, more assertive, until at the end she behaves as an independent woman should. And the world does not fall apart. I hope this discussion of Middlemarch gives some idea of how wonderful the novel is. As I hinted earlier, it is a long, slow read, but it is worth every moment invested in it. Eliot has such a beautiful way with the language and such insight into the complexities of human existence. It would have been easy for her to portray Mr. Casaubon as something of a villain, but at one point she even allows us to see the story from his perspective. We will not agree with it, but she makes us aware that he does have a perspective. So enjoy Middlemarch, and then give her other novels a chance. Particularly Silas Marner, A Very Brief Book, Adam Bede, Felix Holt, and The Mill on the Floss. Romola is a bit different than the others, since it is set not in 19th century England but in Renaissance Florence, but it is a great book. And whatever you do, save Daniel Deronda for last. 161. Afterword. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. In his magnificent novel Dr. Zhivago, as translated by Richard Pavir and Larissa Volokonsky, Boris Pasternak writes, in the voice of his title character, and to me art has never seemed a subject or an aspect of form, but rather a mysterious and hidden part of content. Works speak through many things, themes, situations, plots, heroes. But most of all they speak through the art contained in them. 334, 335. Readers and teachers should pay attention to these words. Too often, particularly in teaching, we ignore questions of artistry. Perhaps the reasons are understandable. It is, for instance, almost impossible to teach artistry. You can point out how well characters are described, how well the language is used, how intriguing structure may be, and all those other factors that make up artistry, but people can only learn about artistry by being exposed to it, by living with it. The other factor, of course, is that we cannot test a student's perception of artistry with a multiple-choice question. Dorothea Brooke is an artistically drawn character because A. She likes painting. B. She has pretty hair. C. She dresses well. D. She is described in lifelike terms that make us feel as though we have come to know on a personal basis someone whose experiences we can share and learn from, and so on. It just won't work, and if we can't test things, and if we can test them in standardized ways so that we can report the scores and prove that we are doing our jobs, well, then we'll just ignore them. We can, of course, have students write about such issues, thereby encouraging them to think about such ideas, but essays take time to read and consider, and the scoring cannot be standardized, so the system works against such methods. Furthermore, reading literature seriously often means seeing that what it says is subversive, that is, that it undercuts accepted truths. If the Iliad truly is, as I presented it, an anti-war poem, it went against some basic principles of the society in which it developed. It goes against some of the basic principles that people in our society still hold. If Pride and Prejudice contrasts a part of society that values things and another part that values people, then Jane Austen is undercutting a basic principle of her society, and of ours. These are, certainly, superficial examples, but they indicate what I mean. Reading literature means challenging oneself, one's beliefs, one's actions. These are vital issues that human beings must consider to prevent themselves from becoming dehumanized and from becoming dehumanizers. And finally, at least for purposes of this book, literature teaches us how to read books, how to read people, how to read situations, how to read the world. These are basic skills. Again, I don't know how we can test them, but I find over and over that when I present these skills, as well as artistry, as well as the subversive. 162. Nature of literature. In class, students respond. Literature becomes not just another school subject, another hurdle on the way to their degrees. It becomes something important to their lives. I have no way of knowing if my students continue to read literature after they graduate. I hope they do. But at least they know that they can read it, that they can benefit from it, and that they can enjoy it. Like Virgil in Dante's Divine Comedy, all the teacher can do is point the way. Dante, the student, has to be willing to go where the teacher points and then go even further. 163. Selected bibliography. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. When we read works in translation, it's vital to remember that every translation is also an interpretation. Every translation has weaknesses, but many also have great strengths, and the choice of a translation is, in many ways, a matter of taste. While I certainly have not sampled every translation of the Iliad, the Odyssey, and the Aeneid. The following are both excellent and easily accessible. I want to stress that there are other fine translations, though readers should be sure to find a poetic rather than a prose translation. And as is always the case with poetry, readers should read as much of the text out loud as possible. Homer. The Iliad. Transaction. Richmond Lattimore. Chicago, University of Chicago Press. 1951. Homer. The Iliad. Transaction. Robert Fagles. New York, Viking Penguin, 1990. Homer. The Odyssey. Transaction. Richmond Lattimore. New York, Harper and Row, 1965. Homer. The Odyssey. Transaction. Robert Fagles. New York, Penguin, 1996. Virgil. Aeneid. Transaction. Alan Mandelbaum. New York, Bantam Books, 1971. Virgil. Aeneid. Transaction. Robert Fagles. New York, Penguin, 2006. 164.